are back. Wow, we're also overweight. Look at that. Huh. I didn't notice this before the end of last stream. We're at 86.8 kilo and we're gaining weight rapidly. We're gonna need to do some work to burn some of that, burn some of those calories. We still have so much food here. Alright, what to do. Well, I know for 100% certain I got some loot to sort. Well, not really sort, just extract from the vehicle. So, 63 encumbrance worth of books. That's a lot of books, to be honest. That is like 63 books straight up, because they're all 1.0. Very nice, very nice. Field kit looks good, so I don't need to worry too much about resorting all that. Let's go ahead and empty this gas can into the tank. It still blows my mind that I found a very perfectly good-looking ambulance last time. That has been the find of a lifetime. Barb the Builder never actually found a pristine ambulance throughout all of her 104 hours of gameplay on that character. We rebuilt an ambulance. We rebuilt 2 ambulances on her, but we never actually found a pristine one. Alright, so my library in the back of the ambulance here. I need to move it to a different place. Or, no, I'm going to move it to a different place. I want to take the ambulance with me. let's... I have the keys to this. Does this have any gas in it? Oh, it actually does have gas, okay. Well, the engine is terrible, so we're not actually going to use it for anything important. However, I'm going to use it to get back to Riverside and see if I can't find another vehicle aside from the ambulance that is like something good to use that I can take to Brandenburg without worrying about damaging it, because the ambulance, I don't want to damage it any further. At least not until I'm capable of fixing it. That's generally what I like to do. If I get a good vehicle, I'd usually prefer to have mechanic skill before I put it at risk of getting damaged. Now this vehicle, because it's a wreck, the engine's in terrible quality, has a high chance of randomly cutting out on me. I'm not really worried about that happening in Riverside, because, you know, it's my hometown. But I don't want that happening to me out in Brandenburg, so we're going to find ourselves a different vehicle here. Now, I believe I would have marked on my map if there was another step van. I've marked a couple of V's for survivor houses, but it doesn't look like I've marked any step vans. I remember seeing some. So it's really just a question of, are the ones that I saw any good? There's all these Spiffo vans, too. It would be lovely to take one of them, but I never did find the keys to any of them. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something that I would have done before if I had the time, but I have the ticking clock factor. I'm going to go ahead and loot all these houses here, because there is a chance for the Spiffo van keys to spawn in these houses. Like, if there's a car, like, even in a nearby parking lot... Oh, I'm a doofus. I completely forgot about this truck. This truck is probably what I'll use. Truck is probably what I'll use, because it's still got a full tank of gas in it. It's got 114 in the truck, or the trunk rather, and the engine is great quality. Yeah, this is our vehicle. Mystery solved. I just had to remember that this thing existed. Let's top off the gas tank here. Oh shit! I parked on the wrong side. Is that guy coming our way? I think he is. Let's take care of him now. Sorry, sir. The gas station is closed. Right this way, please. Hippity hoppity, get out of my reality. Alright, I should have known that it was already pretty much full. Alright, so we got 114 in the truck, or the trunk rather. That's honestly that's competitive with the ambulance. The ambulance has 137. Every other stat of the truck is relatively close to the ambulance. It's a pretty good towing vehicle, and it's not too heavy. I do not know what kind of wheels it has. I'll probably want to check that at some point. And brake check it. I never brake checked it. I've already cleared this place out, so let's go ahead and refill our water. I'm expecting the power shut off to happen while we're in Brandenburg. I've still got perishables up at Brandenburg in the freezer of our temporary base there. So that, I guess, is a factor. I mean, you know, I'm so overweight right now that I need to worry about food that is not going to make me more overweight. Because, I mean, I am legitimately... Forgot about this step van, too. We did do a key check. There's no keys to it. So, our only chance of using this step van anytime soon would be to get lucky and find the keys in one of these buildings, which is not something to rely on. So I'm not going to rely on that. We're going to go ahead and stick with this truck because it's a known quantity, a known good quantity, as it were. Eventually there will come a time where I will get out and kill any zombie that I see in Riverside. We're not there yet. The cleanup of Riverside does not begin until I've gotten the gear that I want, which that's why we're going to Brandenburg next. So that wrecked police car did serve a good purpose. It allowed us to recover this truck here. So I guess I will continue using the ambulance as the library for now. Now, what I do when I have a library full of books here, see if I can make the whole screen. Yes, I can. Okay, just barely fit it on a 4K screen. All the books that I have. I'm gonna do myself a favor, take a screenshot. F12. So now I have a screenshot of my current library as it is. So when I go to Brandenburg, if I find books out in the field, and I want to check to see if it's a book I already have, all I got to do is check the screenshot. That being said, I am going to take a couple of books with me. Which books? Which books? These are the real questions. My skills are... I'm about to be Maintenance 4, so it would not be worth my time to read Maintenance 2, because once I get to level 4 Maintenance, then that's redundant. So I'll take Maintenance 3 as an expectation that I'll ding to the next level of Maintenance. Tailoring and welding are medium priority skills. I'm not worried about those yet. I already have Mechanics 1 on my person, so that's what I'm currently reading. Electrical 1, can't go wrong with that. Yeah, that's enough for now. Honestly, one book that I probably won't finish, and then a couple of other books in case I do. So we're set on books. Let's take care of the hunger. We have some ham slices. Individual slices of ham are not too calorie dense or protein dense, so they'll shut the hunger up. Okay, maybe I lied about it not being calorie dense. We just hit the cap again. Okay, so I'm unironically at risk of becoming fat. Like, I'm already in quote-unquote high weight, which is anything over 85 kilo. I'm at 87 kilo. Honestly, I think at 90 or 95, that's when you get to actual overweight. That gives you a debuff. Well, let me check and see if the cows are making milk yet. If the cows are producing milk, then cow milk, drinking cow milk and nothing else is actually a pretty good way to lose weight. Where are my... I have like a hoard of fountain cups somewhere. If I find those, I'll go ahead and fill those up with cow milk. Put them in the cabinet? No. I could have swore I had those somewhere. Put them in the fridge? No. Leave them in my vehicle, maybe? Oh, you know where I might have put them? I might have put them in the shed over here, because that's where I would get them from when I started milking the cows. Yeah, there they are. I can trust my intuition sometimes. I got a lot of stuff to sort, but I'm not going to worry about that yet. We are not yet at the point where we can sort our loot and have it mean anything, because we're not at our final base location. So sorting loot would just be a waste of time, really. Let's see if any of these cows are producing milk. All we got to do is get close and right-click them, and have a container that we can milk into. Look at that, she's producing milk. If a Holstein cow is producing milk, then you've got a lot of milk. Well, it'll also... Milk production begins when the game launches, so uh, that means that a reservoir started at empty and produced milk while we were screwing around so far after starting the game, so... Point being, we are milking them dry and only getting enough. Just a little bit here. Something that I should do, is sort of a long-term investment in my cows here, is pick up a couple of these troughs, and carry them outside, and just leave them outside, because what that means is they will, that means they will fill up with rainwater. So this one has been right next to a bull for goodness knows how long, and she's still not pregnant, so that is a bull that's not doing his job. One job. Literally one job. It's whatever. Alright, next up we are going to transfer our equipment from the ambulance to the truck. Because until we have the capacity to repair the ambulance, it is going to be used for storage for now. Because it is way too good to be accidentally running into zombies all over the place when we go to Brandenburg. So put the passenger seat into one trash bag, and the glove compartment into the other, so that all my field kit stuff is retained. And the trunk now just has my books. Okay. Let's also remember to turn the engine off, please. Alright, and then just the glove compartment. Alright, field kit is transferred to the truck. Then we'll just hook the truck up to the trailer. Now, I'm gonna sleep for the night and leave tomorrow morning because I want to get some more milk from the cows before I leave. And I just milked them all dry, so I'm gonna give them overnight to regenerate their milk. I don't think I have too much other things to do in the meantime. Chickens are set for months. Well, you know what? I should probably make sure that they are not dealing with a filthy roost. For that, I need a broom or mop. I'm sure there's one somewhere around here. At least that's something to do until I sleep for tonight. Give me a house alarm. I haven't broken into this one yet. No house alarm. I have not had a house alarm on this character yet. Oh, we got a little bit of everything in here. Damn. That's a book I don't have yet. Electrical 4. It's a heavy-duty battery that is perfect condition but low charge. So all I got to do is put it in the vehicle and it'll charge up. I don't care about the rest of this for now. I've already hit the basement here, right? Yeah, it's a really small basement. That's right. Let's get this new book that I just found in the library here. So we're missing electrical 2, but after that we got 3 and 4. Electrical is more important to me now than it's been before, because in the previous patch, 42.9, they made it so the explosives are more effective against zombies. So electrical, one of the few crafting benefits of it is the ability to make bombs, remote bombs, stuff like that. And now that they're more effective against zombies, that's fantastic. What was I was gonna put this handy knife into my glove compartment. One of the reasons being is a handy knife is sort of like a stand-in for things that you don't normally carry with you, like a can opener, stuff like that. But I don't like to use it as a knife, right, for like carving and stuff, because honestly, you take durability hits from doing that. And handy knives are rare and you cannot build your own. So it's actually better to just save your handy knives for, like, when you need them in a pinch for one-offs instead of, actually using them all the time regularly. But I was going to put that into the glove, not into the tool bag. There we go. And that's a spare paring knife. That should go... I can now remove the can opener. That means I have a little bit more room in the... a little bit more room. Not very much. Let's just put the garbage bags in there for now. I'll hold on to that gas can, though. I should have one other somewhere. I don't want this hiking backpack. I already have a big one. And eventually I'm gonna find a lot more backpacks in Brandenburg. That's the whole point of the trip there. For anyone joining, just a quick recap of our current plans. We are passing the time until we sleep for tonight, and then tomorrow morning we are going to Brandenburg. Brandenburg, we're going to assault the military checkpoint and come away with multiple military backpacks. The Brandenburg military checkpoint it's got the same kind of zombies that spawn there as you would at a Louisville checkpoint, but unlike the Louisville checkpoints, you are not being constantly bombarded by zombies. They are actually just at the one checkpoint, so it's a little bit easier to deal with them there. Now I'm just cleaning up my bags because I got a lot of stuff. I probably will stop by the gas station and fill these gas cans. Probably program the, oh, this truck has had it all along. 102.2. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book for a bit and then sleep, and then tomorrow morning we will milk the cows and depart. Oh, I never left my pillow up here. Let's fix that. I have spare pillows somewhere. I know I left 3 on my driver's seat. What about... Did I leave any in these bags? Doesn't look like it. I'll just take one off the driver's seat. Ah. Alright, we will read until 22:30. Let's have a drink of milk, and then we will read until 22:30. Alright, sleep. I'm a restless sleeper, so I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night and read a little bit more, and then I go back to sleep at around 4. Am I going insane? I guess I just am hearing things. My hearing is hypersensitive these days. Alright, second sleep. .22 fatigue at 7 a.m. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright. Let's hook up this trailer. Let's get some milk. Okay, that time she filled up all of my milk cups just from the single cow. So I'm actually going to start. I'm going to start milking her into a gas can, and that way I will have a 10 liters of milk in a gas can to refill from once I'm up there. Up to 7 liters. And this should cap us off. Oh, it started milking into the other gas can. I don't want that. I want to have one of these gas cans filled up with gas, actual gas. Oh, right. Let's actually drink one of these fountain cups, since we're about to be hungry, and then refill it. Alright, can of milk into the trunk, the other can in my hand for filling up, and we're out of here. Eventually this guy is gonna start coming my direction, so I'm gonna go ahead and kill him now. Why? You don't want to go near that fence. Free kitchen knife, thank you. Edgar Glasgow. Named after a silly city. Truly silly. Look at this. A whole bunch of dudes just hanging out next to the gas station for no apparent reason. That is unbecoming. I prefer having no zombies around my gas station while I'm trying to fill up gas. That's a new sound. It's a very low gurgle. So tiresome. That's right. The truck itself I filled up yesterday, so I don't have to actually worry about filling it up now. Alright, so we got ourselves a can of milk and a can of gas. We already got a load of perishable food up at the destination. Now, since we are going to pass by the farm one more time on our way back out, I actually do think I'm going to grab a couple of extra books in addition to what I already have on me, because last time what I did is I actually started grinding to be able to make short bats while I was working out, or while I was at Brandenburg. I might do the same this time. I don't know if I will, but I might. There's no reason not to, because it will make it so that I actually have the ability to fight the large crowds better when the time comes to actually infiltrate the base itself. The base behind the checkpoint, that is. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and bring my carpentry, or not my carpentry, but my masonry and carving books with me. So, a little backstory on my character. I always play the same characters in all my streams, but I pick a construction worker with the carver trait. Now, what that gets me is construction workers plus 3 to masonry. So, leveling masonry is a piece of cake. Carving with the plus 2 from the trait, that is also more or less a piece of cake. The books make it even easier. So, just going to grab the books really quick. We've got maintenance 3, electrical 1, I'm gonna go ahead and put electrical 1 back for now, because I won't need it anytime soon. Because I've already read the generators magazine, so I don't have to worry about grinding electrical for the sake of using generators. So masonry 3. That means I need to grind all the way to level 4 masonry. That's easy. It's a single level. And I have a pickaxe, so grinding masonry is very easy. Carving 2. I do not have carving 3. Do I need carving 3? Grinding through carving levels 5 and 6. Not too awful hard. You have to be carving 7 to make a short bet. I'm just going to take all those with me. It can't hurt too much to take them. Now, here's my duffel bag in my passenger seat. I've got hatchets. Why do I have 3 hatchets? I can empty some of those. I only need 1 hatchet for my field kit. 2 spare claw hammers, because I use those as weapons. Not quite ready to start using hunting knives just yet, but there's no reason not to. I'm going to go ahead and start using hunting knives as soon as I have Alice webbing. All the rest of this can stay. How to put that in my glove compartment? Does that mean that I have a more than 1 handy knife right now? I do. I have multiple handy knives. That's amazing. Okay, good to know. Did not know that. Okay. I'll just leave the books I can't yet read on the passenger seat here. I don't need to be carrying around all of those chips. That's a lot of chips. I just need a couple of chips as a backup food with calories in it. Okay. It's always good to be very heavily scrutinizing of what you bring with you, because everything you bring with you that you intend on bringing back is also something that, you know, is limiting your amount of storage space you can afford for loot. So I am going to leave this sleeping bag and this other gear that I am not going to immediately need. I usually like to have a sleeping bag in my backpacks, but it's fine for now because my I know where I'm going, and it's going to be a place with a bed and a pillow. I don't need a sleeping bag right now to camp with. Everything else can stay with me. This ball peen hammer on my belt can get swapped out for the claw hammer. Okay. Now we're ready to go. If it feels like I'm over-preparing, yes, 100%. That is literally what this game is all about. It's 80% preparation, 20% execution. Alright, we are departing. Not want to do that. Just because this is a slightly lower priority vehicle than my ambulance and my other stuff doesn't mean that I want to risk damaging it too much. I would much prefer having it intact before I get to Brandenburg. Alright, we are now leaving Riverside to the west. That will bring us to a highway. Pretty much we stay on that highway going west and we'll get to Brandenburg. And then the highway will take us, actually it'll take us around Brandenburg and straight to the checkpoint, so it's a pretty straight shot from where we are. And it is about to be noon, so let's get the, we're going to have the broadcast come on. We're going to see if we get any warnings about the power grid. Because it is now July 20th. So, I mean, you know, the power grid could go out literally at any point in the first 30 days of the game. And we are now at day 11, so statistically speaking, with every day that passes, it is more and more likely to happen. Just in terms of all possible options are getting reduced over time and whatnot. Okay, blah blah blah. Self-exclusion zone. No mention of the power grid. Usually it happens right off the bat, so that's good. Clear skies today and tomorrow. That's great. Oh, no. You know what? I hate that. I hate that. It says clear skies and then it says thick fog. Fuck you, dude. How do you have clear skies and thick fog? That's just... Okay. Whatever you say, Mr. Weatherman. Stupid machine. Alright, we are now within Brandenburg city limits. This is... Little trivia for you. There was a tornado. There was a F5 tornado that swept through Brandenburg shortly before the beginning of the apocalypse. So reconstruction efforts after the tornado were tragically cut short by a sudden outflow of the dead from hell and whatnot. I pretty did a key check in that van, didn't I? I think I did. You know what? There's actually not very many zombies between us and that van. Famous last words, but I'm going to get out and... because I want to key check that Spiffo van as well. Because if we can get ourselves a van, it will be better than the truck in terms of what we can bring back with us. Spiffo employee. Alright, nobody has clocked us from the west or the north. Just these two slow shambies here. I highly doubt I'll ever be coming back here to collect clothing for tailoring, but you never know. Okay, inside of Spiffo's, I am going to go ahead and do a cursory check for fountain cups, because fountain cups are great for me. If you are a person who takes the trait, what's the word? The heavy eater, forget the exact naming of it. If you take the one that makes you hungry a lot, a fountain cup full of cow's milk will replenish you from 85 to 100 hunger. If you are... Yeah, there we go. Fountain cups are the most lightweight to store 300 milliliters of any liquid. 300 milliliters is what it takes to get somebody with that trait back to 100 hunger. Ooh, barbecue sauce. These orange trash cans are actually the biggest trash cans in the game. They actually have more storage in them than the dumpsters. But it looks like those are empty. Okay, we're done here. Oh, there's this one. So what I was looking for as a quick recap is both fountain cups and keys to either of those vans would have been nice, but can't really expect that. So the group to the north seems to be moving in our direction, but one of them has clocked us. Slow shambler. Look at that. They came our direction and now they're going back the other direction. So I'm gonna do a quick key check on this van because that guy's really slow. We got the key. How big is the trunk? 153 in the trunk. This is our new vehicle. What I'm gonna do is I need to obviously get fuel into it. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Okay. First things first, I'm gonna get that key onto the keychain here. Then I'm gonna empty the trash from the vehicle. So we got a compost bag, some sacks, some bricks. I'm gonna empty these sacks of building materials because I don't really care about them. I do want the sacks, but not the building materials. Can I empty this compost bag? Nope, you still cannot empty a sack of compost, so that's stupid, but it is what it is. I've never been one to turn down a free sack, so I will hold on to it. Mason's trowel. I don't actually have one of those yet. Okay, the stuff I don't need I'm going to drop on the floor right now. Like this stuff here. I've already got knee pads. I'm wearing them. The rest of this I'll toss in my backpack for now. I suppose I'd be remiss not to check this Biffo van. This is every single Spiffo van we've looked at so far has been locked. That's alright. So 153 in the trunk of a van is actually very close to perfect. For if you have the trait organized, 165 is the max storage you'll ever see in a van. So 153, we're pretty close to perfect integrity. So kill this guy because he's ugly. Better to break my weapon now than later. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I do want to continue using the truck for a not even as a throwaway vehicle, just as a vehicle to navigate the checkpoint with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the trailer up to my base, my field of sight that is north of the checkpoint. So we're not too far from it. I'll take the trailer up there, I'll leave the trailer behind, and then I will come back to recover the van by towing it. Because you see, I cannot tow it while I'm towing the trailer here, so take the trailer up, I'll leave the trailer, come back, get the van, and then I will secure a gas station. There is a gas station here, very close to the checkpoint, actually. And it is a little annoying to secure, but in this case it will be worth it. Alright, so this road is, when you're going this direction, this is the final stretch to the checkpoint here. We turn north right after we see the courthouse there, and we see the railroad tracks here, so this is where we turn north. There's a group of zombies there that I actually don't want following me too closely, so I'm going to use this field. That guy's not the survivor zombie, is he? This group of zombies here, I believe, was a survivor zombie event, but I don't remember exactly. Oh, wait a minute, that's the survivor zombie to the south there. This one right here. She's got a mask on and she's got a bag that tells me she's probably the survivor. So, what am I hesitating for? This is a very small group. I'll just kill these guys. Drink this milk before I get hungry. Preempt it. Now this zombie is not the survivor zombie because he's got a bag, but there's like nothing else to indicate that he was anything but just a normal dude. As you can see, all he's got is a book in his bag there. If you want to try to identify a survivor zombie aside from their bag, you're looking for things like masks, armor, weapons on the belt, things like that. Like even somebody with their hood up. Pretty rare to actually see a regular person with their hood up in this world for some reason, so just the fact that she has her hood up is a rather significant thing to look for. So here it is. She's got a satchel full of stuff that we might already have, and a rather unique looking corset too. That's a pretty purple. I'm taking that. I'm going to take her wallet and her doll, and I'm going to take these military boots because I don't actually have a pair yet. Pretty blue leg warmers. That hoodie looks like it's an interesting shade of gray, but it's not quite a match for anything that I know of, so I'm just going to leave it there. So, she had a copy of Electrical 5. I don't think I had that yet. Let me, so, before we left, we took our little handy-dandy screenshot of our library here. I do not yet have Electrical 5, or, I already have a copy of Masonry 3. I'll just drop that. Forging 3, and then Glassmaking 3 are the other two. So, yes, Forging 3, I've got a copy of that, so I'm going to drop that. Glassmaking 3, I do not have a copy of that, so I'm going to hold on to that. So we've got ourselves a couple of new books just from killing that one zombie, which is nice. Fun little diversion there. So these little rocks here, these are flint deposits. I'm looking out for these specifically because I took the pickaxe with me as well as my masonry book. I will be able to level masonry just by harvesting those nodes. It's not going to be too much leveling of masonry from, just the act of harvesting it, but I think I actually got a couple levels of masonry just by harvesting, I don't know, like 50 nodes. So just by harvesting nodes with a pickaxe, you'll get masonry experience. And that it's kind of hard to differentiate those from like other rocks that are just boulders. But if you got an eye for color, it's a flatter gray, like a little bit of it's a darker gray than this right here. Much like it's a noticeably darker shade of gray. If you're paying close attention to the colors, and it also has a unique shape. If you go better by shapes than colors, then yeah, it's got a see. For example, now you can see them both at once. This is just a long, smooth, flat stone here. This is a flint deposit. You can see that the gray on it is significantly of a darker gray than the rest of the rocks around it. All right, this is our temporary base. I'm going to go ahead and drop the trailer off here. And the trailer is going to take things that... Wait a minute, okay, for a second I thought I put the milk into the trailer, but no, it's in the trunk. Okay. The trailer I'm going to use as my initial storage vehicle for things that I know for sure that I want to bring back with me. So I'm going to take a couple of garbage bags here. And just put some stuff that I know I want to bring back with me, like this trowel. I probably won't need it while I'm up here. So yeah, compost bags and these sacks. Right, and now most of the rest of the stuff that was in this satchel I picked up. Some of it is low priority stuff, right? These canned items, they're not high priority. It's not guaranteed that I want to bring them back with me, up against some of the other stuff that I'm going to find when I'm out here. So I will put these books in, because I won't be reading them anytime soon, but I definitely want them. And then, yeah, I do want the map. Okay, everything else in here is low priority stuff. So the way I use my field bases is I just have a couple of containers for low priority stuff. In this case, I use these cabinets right in front of the fridge, since we still have power, grid power. Basically, I put everything random into one cabinet, and then anything specific targeted, like, in this case, military gear and weapons, will go in one side, and then everything else goes in the other. That's a quick and dirty prioritization system. Oh, this magazine is that's gonna go in the guaranteed to bring back with us bin. And I keep my books outside of the bags because I want to be able to see them at a glance instead of digging around to find out which bag they're in. But yeah, that does it for our organization. Now that we're here, we're going to hop into the truck and try to secure the gas station, and then bring the play this. We will tow the van up to like the crossroads down there. We do actually have 10 liters of gas that we can work with here. I'm gonna go ahead and put the milk elsewhere before I forget about it. Fun fact about large liquid containers, even small ones. You place them in the world, and they become sort of like sinks. So if I right-click on it now that it's placed there, I could right-click on it and hit drink to drink the cow's milk, or to fill up some fountain cups with the cow's milk. In this case, I'm basically just filling up all of my empty, all of the empty fountain cups that I picked up from raiding Spiffos just now. So now we have 24 fountain cups. That's more than I ever had on my other character. So I'm actually going to put a couple into the fridge because that's a lot to be carrying around at once. 5 is enough for one day because you lose, your hunger decays at a rate of 60 hunger for 24 hours. So, considering I recover 15 hunger from each cup, that's basically 5 cups for one day. So carrying more than 10 cups is usually way more than I'll ever need. So basically 10 cups is just good measure. 5 cups is usually more than enough for one day, because usually I'm going back to my base and sleeping at night. But like, that's, if I get caught out somewhere and sleep in the field for a night, that's 10 cups is usually more than enough to come back from that. Alright, so we are now recovering the van and acquiring access to a gas station to fill it up. The exact order of operations on that is not 100% determined yet. Actually, what I probably will do first is just kind of take a quick peek at the gas station here, and then take a look at the gas station at the crossroads where the van is. Because if it's less populated at the crossroads, then it makes sense to use that one instead. So the gas station that is closest to us is here. As you can see, there's a lot of dudes, like, everywhere. We would have to fight basically from where the highway was, all the way down here, to secure access to this. That's a lot of zombies to deal with. To be entirely honest, I feel like the crossroads probably has less zombies I would have to fight through to get a peaceful fill-up. That's just how I feel about it. Like, it's not an objective measurement, but a feeling. So I'm gonna survey that. I'm gonna survey that. And when it comes to fighting, I've got 5 fatigue left to work with. So, given we have 90-minute days now, that's a little bit longer than I normally would have, but it is not enough for clearing that. Okay, now where is the gas station for this area? I actually forgot. Let's peek around for it for a minute. Was it on this side? I did not want to do that. So that's the bar right there. Beyond that that little wall there, that is beyond the city limits. So that's not what I'm looking for. However, is it over here? I don't think so. This is the tornado damaged rail yard, I believe. So I don't want to go any further down that fence. This is the tornado damage reconstruction area, where the workers have set up. Look at that. That's a nifty looking... I can't remember the stats on this thing. It's not like the same as the SUV. Any keys? No, but I'll take this first aid kit, thank you. Ooh, there's an aerosol bomb. This is a survivor zombie, or like not a zombie, but like a survivor event. Neat. Ah, there it is. I knew there was a gas station here. Okay. Now it's just a question of whether there's any fuel in those pumps. It looks like my best angle of approach is actually from this direction, so I'm going to go ahead and drink something because I'm about to be hungry. And then I'm going to get out and fight from this direction. See how they're hanging out in the blind spot of that vehicle? I hate it. Split these guys up. There's all of my rings filled with, or sorry, all of my fingers filled with rings now. Now this here is a sports car. I'd be remiss not to do a quick cursor key check. I got a key to it. No gas, but that's all right. I want to check the engine quality. Wow, look at that. That's pretty. So, that means we've fully outmoded our truck, because this sports car is a much better silly. I can't believe I'm saying these words. The sports car is a better off-roader. Calculating my next course of action. It's also a better towing vehicle. So that's how we're going to tow our vehicle back with us. Now, got that one zombie coming for us. It's going to be here sometime next year. Just leave this on the ground for the moment. I got to fight while I still have fatigue to work with. I'm at 58 fatigue. I'm going to get tired any minute now. So I'm just going to start killing and keep killing until I get tired and see if I get far enough. Now, if I actually get tired, I have a plan to deal with that. I am hoping to kill these guys before I get tired, but if I do, I'm not just gonna fight through it. Maintenance 4, very nice. That means that I can now read the book I brought with me. Alright, we got the whole group on us. We've got one medium shambler. Everybody else looks slow. That's good. Speaking of slow, this guy is still on his way. It'll be a while. Did I say one medium? Looks like two. Split this group up. I'm at 60. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So I'm now fatigued. I haven't fully cleared the gas station, but I feel like I've cleared it far enough that I could get to the pumps with a vehicle and fill up. When I am fatigued, I will go for a push kill if I have an opportunity to do so. Now here's a real question. I'm going to make sure these are not... Okay, they're not empty. All I got to do is right-click on it and see if it'll let me hit take fuel, which it will. Looks like that guy who was coming for us gave up, so let's go ahead and deal with him. Hello, right this way. Alright, we have a Dash Elite with a little bit of fuel in it now. It has a big gas tank, so it will take a second to top off once we get over to the gas pump. I have no idea how loud this thing is, because vehicle noises are not really obvious to the player. But if it was very loud, then that means we've got zombies coming our way. Thankfully, we should be able to see them well enough from this angle. I'm now just listening for them too. Okay. So we have a towing vehicle fully refueled here. Towing vehicle and local use. Now the gas can is refilled. So now we go back to the Spiffo van, or not the Spiffo van, but the van at Spiffos. And we're going to fill that up with the can. Oh, Spiffos was right next to the gas station after all. Okay, that's not bad. In fact, that just means that I want to lure these zombies away instead of fighting them. Some fatigue, I don't really feel like fighting right now. So what I'm actually going to do is pull up this direction and just pull the zombies away. And then loop back around. Thought I would go this way to get less zombies, but no. This is Brandenburg. There's a lot of zombies. Okay. At this point, it doesn't really matter which direction we come from. We're going to have zombies either way. Already in my secondary, open in my primary. As you can see, I did not lure all of them, but most of them. I think I have to kill this one if I want to be able to build the van up peacefully. Okay. So now, I'm going to do a little sneaky sneak. It doesn't accomplish too much, being as I have no skill in stealth and I am conspicuous. But, you know, If it stops a couple zombies from getting to me, that's fine. Now, I do believe everybody around here is still dead with the exception of that group up there. And look at this. I am going to look back through my footage and check again to see if this was here before. Because I don't think that was there before. In any case, now we have a key to the Spiffo van. Worth a cursory check for cups, if nothing else. And this has 152 in the trunk. The other one has 153, so the other one wins. But that's kind of funny that we have... I now know that I have access to another van with 153 in the trunk somewhere if I want to come back and get this later. But for now, we have our target. Alright, flower van's got a nice 10 liters in it. I'm going to hug really close to this area here. And looks like we got 2 that have moved in the direction of the gas station. I'm going to move up here, cut the engine. Who's aggroed? Anybody? I don't know if these guys are actually aggroed or they're just moving. Like, I think they're just moving. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start refueling. Just I'm not gonna fast forward at all. I'm just gonna listen very carefully. I know this is not very compelling content to watch, but you've got to hear if anybody's coming. Okay. So now to recap, what we've acquired now is a very powerful sports car that's capable of towing this back with us, and also capable of being used for local reconnaissance. Since we now have 2 full gas tanks between this vehicle and the we have 3 full gas tanks actually. I'm not going to worry about refilling the can yet, and I'm not going to worry about sorting loot yet. Just going to get the stuff out of my Okay, everything has been removed from the truck. Moving everything to the van now. Okay. We have now reconfigured this van to be our primary transport, and then we have our towing vehicle here. Let's link them up and get out of here. We are now at stage 2 fatigue, which means we're still... I'm technically combat effective, but I absolutely do not want to get into a fight. I will avoid it almost at all costs. If I was higher short blunt and I had a really good weapon, that would be a different story, but I do not. I'm neither. Timing is actually going to be perfect. It'll be right around time for us to sleep once we are back to our temporary base up north. Really wish I hadn't done that. That probably counted as a side hit. Should have just rammed it with the sports car, because I don't really care about its trunk. Every radio in this game has got its volume set to the max all the time. Alrighty then. Very productive day, all things considered. Didn't get a lot of fighting in, but doing pretty well. this one programmed with the broadcast channel, which is 102.2 in this world. Okay. And now we sleep, because it is coming right past our bedtime here. Should still have a pillow on this bed, right? Yep. Okay. Middle of the night activity, I'll read Car Zone for a bit here. .23 fatigue at 7 a.m., not bad. Now here comes the fog. Can't really... I mean, it's not that I can't fight zombies in this fog, but I'd rather not. Fun fact, jars technically do go bad. Sour cream goes bad, too. Anything stale. Just the sour cream. First aid 1. Yes, I do. I can leave that here. Okay. Now, doing this, so what we're going to do next is we're going to start edging our way in the direction of the military checkpoint. It's not the best idea to do this in the middle of lots of fog, but I believe I can handle it for the most part. If things start getting... basically what I'm most worried about is zombies becoming too hard to keep track of because of the fog. Now, I will not be able to locate zombies, or at least I won't reliably be able to locate zombies wearing military backpacks in the fog. Because I'll zoom out looking for them and I'll see nothing but fog. Maybe I'll get lucky and see one, but I'm not going to rely on that. I'm just going to focus on getting them out of the place, out of the checkpoint that they're in, and bunching them up, if that makes sense. So just tossing the stuff that I don't need. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. Look at how, you see how close zombies have to be to me for me to see them? Versus if I zoom all the way out, you see that it starts becoming hard to see them, like, I don't know, 2/5 of the way out from my potential view zone. This makes my job very difficult, to the point where I'm gonna delay it. I'm gonna go back to base and get my pickaxe and just do a little bit of flint harvesting. This is why you don't go out and do vehicle activities when it's pea soup fog. Stupid mistakes are even more likely to happen than they already are, which, entirely honest, that could have happened without the fog, but still, the fog just makes it even harder. By design. Alright, you know what? I'm pretty close to being done with Mechanics 1. I'm gonna finish that off now. Mechanics 1 is finished. So I'm gonna swap it for a different book now. Particularly, we're gonna read Carving 2 next. And that's gonna cause us to quite literally explode through a couple of levels of carving. Look at that, the fog cleared by midday. That is very good. It means we didn't have to waste too much alpha time. You know what, real talk, I'm gonna go ahead and put this pickaxe on my back. As an investment in my future. Alright, now the checkpoint run begins. Now, be very careful when you're driving through these fields. These hay bales are steel bollards. That's what they might as well be. If you run into one, your car comes to a complete stop, as if you hit a brick wall. So when you see these hay bales, think of them as just immovable objects. Now, here's the military checkpoint. Do not be deceived by its appearance. It may not seem like there's very many zombies, but as soon as you get in a little ways, there are very many zombies. But because we have a moment of quietude out here, what I'm actually going to do is kill a few on foot, and then see if I can move those. Let's see if I can move those barriers. Each of them weighs 20, which means if I take a couple of things out of my backpack, I can pick up 2. There we go. Pick up one, put it in my offhand, pick up the other, and I put it in my backpack. Oh, give me just a moment. I'm gonna kill the zombie, then I gotta pause the game for a very brief moment here. She's got a pretty beret, I'll take that. Okay, pausing for just a moment. Maybe like a minute and a half tops. Just got one of my teammates want to check with me here. All right, that should be good to go. Okay, back to what we were doing. Sorry about that. So the reason I'm picking up and moving these barricades is actually so that I can, I want to get the attention of all of the zombies in the checkpoint. And normally what I would do is, you know, there'd be a lot of zombies out front here, and what I'm currently doing wouldn't be possible. But because I can move these bollards and I can actually sneak the car in for the first time, I can go all the way up to the second line and then honk my horn. I can toot. Put these roadblocks on the seats here. There's one in the back seat. And the other back seat. Trunk's got room for one. Do I really need to carry these around? No. Do I want to? Kind of. See, if I pick them up and put them back down elsewhere, putting them down means that zombies will attack them. Basically, zombies will attack anything that the player puts down. They won't attack anything that's there as it is, but they will attack anything the player puts down. And also, before I call the zombies out and make this area almost impossible to traverse on foot, I'm going to go ahead and remove this flint deposit right here. Because why not? It's a perfectly good deposit of flint. Okay. So now, pick all this up, and I'm going to go ahead and just drive on in. And honk the horn a few times. Now, it would actually be in my best interest to get this car out of the way really quick. When I say out of the way, like just, you know, just out of the road. Realistically speaking, there should be a huge, like, traffic jam of just, you know, a billion cars on this road. Because the reason all these zombies are here is because so many people were trying to get out. But, I guess those people who tried to get out just walked here. I don't know. Ooh, watch this. Damn, didn't work. If you are towing around a wrecked vehicle, you can use it as a battering ram. If you're skilled. Which, I'm still working on that. Like for bandana. Okay, this car is now out of the way. Is that? That's a ghillie suit zombie. Normally I would not go too far out of my way to get these guys, but, I mean, if he's right in front of me. So he's got a gun case. His ghillie pants are intact. Neat. His ghillie suit, the torso part, has a hole in it. So I don't really care about it because you cannot repair those regardless of your tailoring skill. So I basically only care about ghillie suits if they are pristine, or if they don't have any holes in them. Okay, one of my teammates is still pinging me. Give me a moment. 30 seconds. Okay, he is good to go. Alright, sorry about that, I am back. Alright, we are now punching our way. Yeah, so actually, if you want to find ghillie suit zombies, the military checkpoint in Brandenburg is probably a good point. basically, the zombies that come out of here have like a 1% chance to be a military zombie with gear. And what I mean by a military zombie with gear is like anybody with a backpack or a ghillie suit, something like that. There's also a chance for it to spawn like just in a loot container, but you have much more chance of actually running into a zombie with it than you do seeing it come out in a loot container. Okay. We are now going to punch into the checkpoint. As you can see, this is why I cleared those barriers, because we can now get all the way up here. We can now get all the way up here and do this. We've now got the attention of pretty much everybody in the area. Normally, I would have to drive all around these fences from the outside, but now... See, we've already found our first candidate, and he's way off on his own. That being said, I don't trust how many fast shamblers are in the area. I'm going to try this one more time, and if it doesn't work, I'll just get him again. It's not going to work. Too many zombies in the area, that's fine. But yeah, as you can see, all these zombies here, probably like a 1% chance of them to spawn with military gear. But there's so many of them that you're getting a billion more chances than you would with regular loot containers. I'm looking around, I'm not seeing anybody else with a ghillie suit, but we will, trust me, we will definitely see a couple more. There. No, that's not one. That's just a guy with long hair. So what I'm actually doing is I'm not leading them out just yet because I want to get the slow ones out from behind the barrier here. So I'm just sort of doing a bit of a figure eight around them so that I can come all the way up here and toot my horn a few more times to get these really slow guys to keep their attention so that they come out. So we got a slow shambler with a backpack, and then we got a fast shambler with a backpack. And he's got the correct color too. Forest camo is the correct color, the good color. And I say it's the good color because it's the only color that also has a matching Alice belt. Oh, look at that! Another ghillie suit right here, right in front of us. If ghillie suits were like what I really wanted, then I could go after him, but right now I'm very focused on backpacks. Alright, it's starting to get difficult to maneuver in here, so I'm going to honk a few more times, and then we are spilling them out of the hordes of, spilling them out of the mouth of hell here. I'm now moving forward on cruise control at 5 miles an hour. Now, as you can see, some of the slow shamblers all the way back there, we're already starting to lose some of their interest. So that's what I mean about like getting them all to come out of the military checkpoint. It's going to take a lot of back and forth. You can't just go in there and toot a few times and call yourself job well done. You got to kind of double back, and that's what I call this sheepdogging. It's like a sheepdog in front of a herd of animals. They go back and forth to keep the attention of the animals as opposed to just doing it from one direction. So by coming up here to the fence, I can get the attention of the back line. And this is why I moved the other car, because I like being able to come all the way up here too. And look at that, Mr. Man here with the correct forest camo backpack he's like way off from the rest of the group. So I'm actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to nail him specifically. There we go, I got him. So now all I gotta do is draw the rest of these fast shamblers away from him, and then I can come back and loot his corpse, and I got a backpack. And this is why you want a really good car with a high horsepower engine when you're doing this task, because your acceleration on grass is basically, that determines your freedom of movement when you're doing this. Also, pro tip, be careful not to accidentally fat finger E, because that means you accidentally get out. And that's a chance of accidentally getting yourself whacked. Okay, I want to say that we've got a clear shot. Yeah, we got a clear shot. Okay, we got his backpack in our secondary hand. I'm just going to take all of this stuff. Felix Schumacher, thank you for your service. And your everything else. I did see another one with a backpack there. It was olive drab, so, you know, olive drab is ugly. I hate the appearance, but I will take it. It's just a question of how to get them pulled apart from the rest of the group. So we've got here somebody with a helmet, two people with helmets actually. So if I wanted like military protective equipment, those would be viable targets. I'm not too interested in helmets. And the one that I looted with the backpack has already got a, he's already got some Alice belt and suspenders. So I don't even have to worry about finding a zombie with the correct color of Alice belt. See how all these guys have stopped? That's because we stopped honking the horn for a minute. That's what I mean about keeping their attention. You gotta be constant about it, otherwise the zombies will, they got the attention span of a goldfish. Oh, this is interesting. I seem to be surrounded. It's alright. I'm actually gonna take the, this is the trailer park here. I'm gonna go all the way up over here. I'm only using 2 UI mods. One of them is the simple stat bar, so that I know my character's stats. I have a very, very high tolerance of bullshit. Not knowing my character's stats is not one of it. That I will never play this game without a stat bar. The other mod is just a map mod that lets me draw on the map. So just really simple UI mods. Because it's an unstable beta, I don't want to be, I don't want anything that would influence the gameplay any further than just a very small thing that reads values and draws them on the screen for me. Okay, we got through the woods. We got through the woods, now we can resume our sheepdogging a little bit. Using very lightweight UI mods also makes it so that if I do want to go through the effort of submitting a bug report, there's almost no chance of anything breaking by me removing the mod and then, you know, testing to verify that the bug still happens without the mod, which it pretty much always does. But you have to do that if you want to support a bug report for the unstable beta. The devs want you to do the legwork of making sure that it's not because of something that you did with the mod you added, which, you know, it's understandable. They only have so many hours in the day. They can't keep track of all the various mods that could possibly break the game. I think that's everybody. This is a smaller cohort than what I'm usually used to dealing with over here. That's probably can be chalked up to the random spawn densities that was introduced a couple of builds ago. Okay, what we are now focusing on is grouping them all up as much as possible. that is going to require some really tight sheepdogging here. If I can circle them and toot the horn, then you would be surprised. The group actually starts to get smaller, because as you circle them and toot, they sort of pile up on top of each other. So every time I circle them, the group gets a little bit more condensed. You see that? I really should have nailed that one guy with the backpack just now. Alright, my hood is starting to take a little bit of visual damage, which tells me that... Okay, I've nailed one of them with a backpack. I want to try to do that one more time if I can, because I saw another guy with a backpack. My minimum target of number of backpacks to get is 3. So we've got one already. There's a second one on the ground right there. You know, one of the reasons I try to bunch them all up is so that I can nail one, and then just the group is much easier to pull away. There's that other guy. I lost track of him. That's a slight downside to grouping them up like this. Is it becomes much harder to track individual zombies. There he is. Got him. One thing I will never diss about the ragdoll system is that the ragdoll system has made it so that you almost one-shot a zombie anytime you hit it with a vehicle. So we now have 2 dead zombies in this area, both of them with backpacks. That just means we got to get all these guys away from them so that we can loot them in peace. Now, there's a lot of diffused groups down here. I don't like that. That's going to make my job very hard to get this one here. So I'm going to try to group these guys up and then pull them all north. There's another one with a backpack there. He is very tightly grouped up, though. Let's see what I can do about that. Damn it! Couldn't quite get him. Ah, it's like they're falling in to protect him. Okay, he turned around for a second. And... Damn it! I didn't turn hard enough. I don't know what's going on with that. My vehicle is doing some weird stuff. It's suspension related, I think. You know what? I'm gonna pop the hood really quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a herd of zombies behind me. Nothing is too damaged. No, it's fine. As long as nothing is too damaged, the vehicle is not at risk of just, you know, falling apart on me. What happened to the guy with the back? Oh, he's... Okay, so, the guy with the backpack is officially somebody with a very strong attention span. And a fast shambler. So the ones with the high attention spans that are also fast shamblers, they're actually really hard to kite because they group up all the time. Because, right, they don't lose interest easily. But now, look at this, look at this! Gotcha, bitch! Alright, now we just pull everybody away from that. As far as I recall, there are 3 bags in play now. There's a desert camo on the ground over there. And then there are 2 olive drabs that I lost track of. Everything but the backpack. Come on. There we go. Woo! Glad that push worked. If that push hadn't worked, we'd be in a very difficult position right there. Because I just got fatigued. So trying to actually kill him would have taken extra hits. So yeah, that was a lucky push, we'll call that. Now, I do not yet have a clear shot at this because I got a fast shambler right there. The other one that I nailed with a backpack is still... Oh yeah, he's like right in the middle of all that. Okay, let's take one more shot at the other guy back here. Got it. All right, we have 3 backpacks now, but there is still one on the ground, and I absolutely will not acquiesce to that. If we kill one, we're gonna get his backpack. Alright, I want to see if I can identify where the other one is that I knocked down. It was not one in the road, I don't think. No, all these guys that are close to the side of the road are non-targets. It's not that guy, he's just got jeans. My character is starting to get depressed from looting stuff from corpses. Can't necessarily blame her. It's probably a nasty affair. I thought it might have been this one that I had knocked down. Maybe I'm gaslighting myself into thinking that I had knocked down a third. I could have swore I had. We got Mr. Gilly over here. You know what? He's exposed. Alright, we've got another ghillie suit guy down. Now I just gotta pull the zombies away from his corpse. Alright, we got several fast shamblers right here in front of Mr. Ghillie Suit. So I just want to get those guys a little further away from him. Yes, we have an intact ghillie suit, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! That was very close. Very close. Closer than I would have liked. Didn't drop anybody over in this way after I started pulling them out. No, okay. Okay. See, look at how quiet it is over here now. We pulled pretty much everybody out. And that is more or less thanks to the fact that we picked up those roadblocks. Oh, no, okay. I gotta back up from this. You see all of this over here? There are like 50 zombies in this one spot, all pounding the same invulnerable fence. What is the time code? 2 hours, 7 minutes, 40 seconds. I want to submit a bug report for this. It's like, this unbreakable barrier has been there for a while. 2 hours, 7 minutes. That unbreakable barrier has been there forever. and it's one of those things that really needs to be breakable. Otherwise, there should not be like 50 zombies that get stuck on it, because it's really silly, right? It's really silly. If you're going to get like 50 zombies pounding one thing, it should not be invulnerable. They should be able to break through it. That is the first time, as far as I can recall, that I have had both pieces of a fully intact ghillie suit. If I ever have, it's been several B42 runs. I usually start a new run each time a B42 build comes out. It's been several runs, if any. Because I vividly remember finding, like, you know, multiple tops or multiple bottoms, but never both. Anyway, I do believe... Okay, we got 3 military backpacks. I usually struggle to find a purpose for more than 3. So, I'll go ahead and hold on to these. That's fine. We might find more as we start digging into the loot of the place itself, which is what we will do tomorrow. Today we have spent a very productive day pulling everybody out of the checkpoint. Tomorrow we're going to sneak into the checkpoint itself. We're not going to fight our way in because that's a lot of zombies to fight. I don't feel like fighting all those guys. We're going to just we're going to go in through the back door. There are multiple back doors to this place. And this is why we have a throwaway vehicle, right? If I had a good quality... If I had brought my ambulance, I would be very depressed with how much damage I would have taken to it. But I didn't bring my ambulance. I brought a truck and have since replaced it with other things. Alright, now... First things first, what I want to do is find anything I picked up that has holes in it. Jackets, not... I don't care about jackets. Jackets I want to take regardless because they're pretty rare. Okay, but desert camo pants with a hole in it, I'm just tossing that. T-shirt with a hole in it, I'm tossing that. Reason being is I'm going to get pristine copies of most of those in the, when I get to, Jamietown. Yeah. Okay, everything else I want to keep. This key ring has a key to the army. I don't know what that means. I've seen this before. Key, army. What is that? What does that mean? I have the key to the army. Whatever. There's literally nothing capable of being locked. Except for one door for a shipping container, and that key doesn't open it. So it's like, whatever. Let's leave the gear that I'm not going to be wearing in this side box here. I do not like the green belt and suspenders. That can go in there. What I'm going to do now is rename my military backpacks. I believe this one is olive drab, right? Yeah, that is olive drab. So I'm going to name this military backpack O for olive drab. And then I'm going to rename this one military backpack D for desert camo. And then I'm just going to rename this one military backpack Alpha. Next, I drop that on the ground. I drop my current hiking backpack on the ground. I dropped my fanny packs and shoulder holster on the ground. Because they are all now outmoded by the lovely, lovely Alice belt and suspenders that I just picked up. I no longer even need to wear a belt. Because my Alice belt and suspenders, get it? Belt and suspenders. It gives you the same slots that a belt has, so you don't even need to wear a belt anymore. So, Alice belt and suspenders, where do they go? There in the backpack. I wear that first because that's how I want the slots to be ordered. So now I have slots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the Alice webbing gives you 2 slots called webbing slots. These slots can only be occupied by knives, an angle-headed flashlight, or knives, angle-headed flashlight. There might be one other thing I'm forgetting. But yeah, that's all I really care about is knives and angle-headed flashlight. So let me reattach what's on that, and then I believe I have some. Knives already, some hunting knives. Hunting knives are actually the best knives in the game as far as it goes with damage, just like straight damage. I think there are some knives that have better crit chance, or yeah, I don't remember the individual stats for it. But hunting knives are the highest in terms of just straight up damage. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so I'm gonna put that on webbing right. And I'm going to leave webbing left open because I don't yet have an angle-headed flashlight. When I get an angle-headed flashlight, that'll be slot 5. Next, I want to put my holster back on. So that is slot 6. And then I want to put my military backpack back on. And that adds the 7th slot, but you can only really put you can only put bedrolls on that, which I don't really care about. Now I transfer the contents of my fanny packs into my Alice belt and suspenders, as well as I now add a wrench to it. Favorite that. So my field kit is now pretty much complete. Yeah, everything else can go into my new primary backpack here. And all this stuff that I no longer need to wear can go in there as well, and now I can sort it. So this is now my new look, my new fashion drip here. To be entirely honest, the shirt was supposed to be a good match for the backpack. Doesn't really work too well though. It feels like the shirt is too dark. That might also just be because the shirt is just filthy. You know what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna go. I'm tired of being covered in blood. I'm gonna go and clean myself up at the river. What do I got? I got some soap. Oh, you know what? This place has got a couple of bathtubs. I'm gonna splurge. The water shut-off has already happened, but I can afford it. I use the toilet to wash my low priority stuff here. Okay, you see, it's because it was filthy that it didn't look like a good match. Now it's a closer match. It's still not a perfect match, but it's a lot closer. It actually kind of feels good. I like it. What am I going to do next? I need to get some food in my system. Let's have some of these. I got some chicken nuggies, some fries, some fish fingers. I'm just going to toss these into the oven over here. Read carving while I'm at it. I have fallen below the calorie threshold of weight gain, and this is this stuff qualifies as finger food, so it probably won't be too high in terms of calories. Have me some nuggies here, some fish fingers. As you can see, I have a ton of food in the freezer. I'm so high on calories right now that I need to lose weight. So all this stuff that's in the freezer, I really can't start eating it yet. Got to just kind of sit on it for a bit. But what have I got to do? It's 2300. I should sleep. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep. I'm gonna close the front door though. Right, 7 a.m. and we're down to 24 fatigue. That's pretty good. Got ourselves a refill of water. Let's sort through the rest of this gear. We do have now a... Hold on a second. What did I do with the other ghillie suit piece? Did I put it somewhere? I thought I had both pieces of a ghillie suit. Huh. Did I forget to... No. I have it somewhere. It's just a question of what I did with it. I might have put it in the vehicle. Although that doesn't really make sense. I'll find it. It'll turn up. Yes, okay. I put it in this clout gun case. I know I put it somewhere. Okay. Yeah. Let's toss this into the sorting bin here. Ghillie suit and pants. Fascinating. One of the reasons I would never wear a ghillie suit, and there's multiple of them here, it would replace my Alice belt and suspenders and my sunglasses. So me, with my vision impairment, I would not be very combat effective if I was wearing a ghillie suit. Because it would make it so I can't wear glasses, which means I cannot see. I can't see without glasses. I'm like Velma if I take them off. So one of the things I always like to do is remove all ammo from my the guns that I'm currently using. Remove all ammo and upgrades, right, so that I can keep them all separate for storage purposes. Makes things a little bit easier for my brain to keep track of, if that makes sense. Okay, the MSR 788 is got all of its ammo pulled out. I'm actually going to go ahead and put all of that stuff into the vehicle, or into the trailer now, because that is stuff I am 100% certain that I want to bring back with me. And that is one trash bag full of loot. Oh, you know what? This actually is already full. Well, okay, so I like to think of, whenever I think of storage and storage capacity and all that, my brain goes straight to garbage bags, because those are my most plentiful source of large containers. I got plenty of them over here, and I just filled up that cabinet with a garbage bag worth of stuff. So that's actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and transport one garbage bag full of stuff that I know I want to bring back with me, and put that into the vehicle as well. I am just 0.5 over, which means I'm leaving behind I guess I'll just leave behind these gloves and this belt. Or no, I'll leave the fanny packs and fanny packs and holster. Sure. And another thing that's important about garbage bags is you can rename them. So garbage bag mill. Just put garbage bag mill for military gear. This is a garbage bag with just a little bit of everything in it, so I'll name it garbage bag ETC. Garbage bag, etc. Alright. Oops, wrong button. Get myself something to drink. There we go. Alright, now we are planning our next stage of the operation, which is Operation Sneak In to the back side of the base. For that, I need 6 planks and 6 nails, because all I'm going to do is just build a little footbridge over the water and just walk on into the back of the base. In order to do that, I just need... I do have some nails. I do have some nails already, but while I acquire these planks, I'm going to see what I can get. If anything. Okay, you know what? I'm not doing that. That 3 failures in a row has reminded me that low-level carpentry is dog water for getting materials. Part of my field kit, I always carry around 12 nails minimum, so I'll just take half of those and go pick up a couple logs off the ground. So these little sprites right here as a build 42. You right-click on them, hit remove log. You get a log, you can saw it. Easy peasy. If you're carrying lots of stuff like I am now, like 2 logs, you can sit on the ground and you will stop losing health. Alright. So we've got our 6 planks and our 6 nails. I hear footsteps. There's actually a possibility I'll have to step away briefly. I have maintenance personnel coming to my apartment at one point here, so if they show up, I will have to step away for I don't know, just maybe a minute or two while they do whatever they need to do. Yeah, we'll see. Alright, which vehicle do I want to take? That's a good question. This car is gonna stay here. That's a non-factor. It's already too damaged to bring back with me. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the stuff out of it and just put it on the ground over there. Highly doubt I'll bring it back with me, but maybe in the future, if I ever care about it enough to come back for it, then I can. Sometimes I like to use things like that for base decoration, but not too awful often. Right, so I got 3 roadblocks and 2, oh, that's it. Everything else is gone. Okay. No, I'm not going to do that. I will go ahead and... I'm going to take the van with me. But I'm not going to take the trailer, because the trailer is going to make it harder to traverse. It's already hard enough to accelerate from a stop on the grass with this thing. I'm going to have to go back and forth probably a couple of times here, so I'm going to go ahead and remove some of these bushes. Got my hands on a few tree branches from that. That's neat. Okay, we are up at the riverside now. The side of the river, as it were. And we are now going to move south and keep going south until we start seeing zombies. And then we get out and just kill anybody on our way till we get to the edge of the base there. Look at that. It is almost completely clear. So I'm going to go ahead and back up, turn around here. Park for a quick getaway. It's my grandpa taught me, IRL. Alright, we are parked for a quick getaway. So you remember, we were able to get into the blockade, come all the way up here and honk the horn. So the vast majority of zombies who would have been here are no longer here. In the past, when I've done this, I've had to deal with quite a few zombies before I was able to get in there and start looting. But this time we've had great success. Yeah, see, normally I would have to like build that and then just immediately turn and run, because the zombies would all path straight to me once they were able to. But now there's like this guy and then like one or two more stragglers that we couldn't get. Aha! Okay, one or two more stragglers. I had a feeling, because you see, remember when I said that there were like 50 of them all bashing on that single window there? This is the leftover from that. So basically, we got to kill all these guys. They're in our way. I've got loot to steal here, so we're gonna kind of peel these guys off one by one and start working our way through. Look at that! We've even got another ghillie suit zombie with a weapon on his back. And yes, that is a generator. That is a guaranteed spawn generator. It's a red generator, so it's thoroughly mid, but, I mean, if I have room, I'll take it. I've already got a yellow generator access to, so... I'm going to use the sound of my footsteps to draw some of them up. I am a clumsy and conspicuous, so my footsteps do make a lot of noise. There we go. I definitely pulled several that time. At least 4, possibly more. It's hard to tell who on the other side of the fence is just grouping up and who is actually coming my way. In any case, we got one fast shambler. Everybody else is slow. See one coming at me from the other side there. I'm backing up. That's 2 fast shamblers. Try to split them up if I can. cannot yet believe that I have a forced camo helmet. So this lady has done me a favor. Another pair of green camo pants. The shirt has a hole in it, so I don't care about that. And I'm going to take her wallet. So it looks like that is a... I wouldn't call it a big group, but it is a larger than small group. Medium, perhaps. Let's do a little bit more footwork here. Are any of them fast? It doesn't look like any of them are fast, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up to one and get her to lunge. Do the same here, peel him apart. He lunges, I pull back. Same with this one. This guy here is an SF. He's got one of those actual green berets. What the hell? Okay, you guys saw that. That was a false hit. I hit the guy on the ground instead of the one that was coming at me. That only happened because the devs are fucking with melee combat right now. They're adding the ragdoll shit. And it's putting my life at risk in the meantime. I don't like it. I really hope they work those stupid bugs out. Rich Mulligan, thank you for your service. Tori Matos, thank you for your service and your shirt. I've already got a couple pairs of pants in that color. And I'll get one more pair of desert boots. That is now it for desert camo gear, unless I happen to find an intact jacket. Because I've got an intact everything else. And I'd just like to have at least one and then a backup copy if I can. Alright, gonna do a little more footwork here. One spilling out of that window. There's another... Oh, shit. That's a number of them inside. That entire group kind of moved up. So we now have an entire group inside of the... Inside of that, Alright, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I don't like having an entire group in there. I'm going to yell, and I'm going to go ahead and peel back on the other side of the fence. And then we're going to see who is still... Who I still have the attention of once I'm this far away. Because some of them are going to lose interest. And the rest of them are going to naturally split themselves apart by the simple fact that they move at different speeds. Yeah, see, she lost interest and she's already, they're already back into group up mechanic mode, or group up mode rather. Okay, that's 2 fast chamblers and 2 slow. So I'm just going to peel back a little bit, let the fast chamblers come to me. Do a little left-right on them. Hunting knife, another one. Very nice. Ooh, that's a Hawaiian shirt. Hawaiian shirts are, I don't want to call them rare, but they are not too awful common. If you see me pulling clothes off of dead zombies, that is because I am leaving it behind for tailoring in the future. Alright, we've got a slow and a fast. I'm going to back up just a bit, let the fast get to me. A fast shambler had a boonie hat in forest camo, I believe. Didn't she? Huh, maybe she didn't. I could have swore she did. Have a drink of milk. Ooh, a P38 can opener is a can opener that fits on your keyring. Thank you, Lance Vo. I appreciate that. That's a spare pair of green camo pants. Okay, there's an indeterminate number still inside this tent. So that's what I'm mostly focused on right now, just checking the tent. And it looks like we're alright in the tent. So I'm going to try to split these two up and take them. T-shirt without any holes in it, in desert camo. Several around the corner there. I think these are all slows. I'm going to split them up. There is a fast there that just rounded the corner. So I've got one on me, and then a fast coming in. Okay, whatever. Continue to split them up here. I prefer to kill them in piles if I can. Glad I looked in this direction. By killing them in piles, they're easier to loot. Okay, and I am actually now starting to get sick because of all of the zombie corpses around me. I don't think I have any... I don't have any masks on me at the moment. It's alright, I can just go up a little bit. That's part of the reason my character is, she's got a debuff because she's feeling a little hot. That's actually because I'm starting to get sick from being around corpses. I'm constantly checking over my shoulder because I have no guarantee that we did not get anybody filtering in behind us. Alright, let's get another ratchet wrench on our belt. Drop the broken one. Okay, that's several with one fast. Let the fast come to us. There's another fast. I hate failed pushdowns. I hate them so much. Repeated failed pushdowns are a major thorn in my side. At least I can split these guys up now. All I wanted to do is knock them on the ground for just a moment so I didn't have to back up so far, but whatever. I want to take this beret on the ground. It is a beret that is green. Not a green beret, but a beret that is green. Don't ever argue with an army guy about that. He will make a big noise. Green berets are a thing. They're not just berets that are green. Now, I personally have a bit of a problem with the particular color that they've chosen for green berets. It can hardly be called green. Like yes, technically it is technically a tint of green. From a distance, it looks closer to black than it does green. I had a feeling there was somebody in that tent. Alright, we got a medium and a slow. A little bit of left-right there. It's not perfect, but it works sometimes, most of the time. My endurance is holding up all right. I probably am going to step away a little ways and sit down on the railroad tracks up here. Reason being, there's no zombies and it goes on for quite a ways. So I can sit down and read for a minute, get my stamina back, and also let some of this sickness go away from being around corpses. See no zombies for quite a while, so I can safely take a quick seat here, recover some stamina. This is why I always carry around a book. See how many come at me if I yell.
Hey!
These guys must be the ones with hearing problems. Get a little closer. These guys seem to be stuck. Okay, sucks for them. I'm going to go ahead and take this generator. I'm just going to transport it up to the van and toss it into the trunk. And while I'm at the van, I will probably also take a garbage bag and empty my current hoard of stuff that is lootable. Also want this duffel bag in my backpack here. Okay, so this generator is sort of a well, I don't want to call it low priority. It's like low to medium priority, right? Because I've already got a good generator back at base. So really, this generator is just for backup. Get a garbage bag out of the glove compartment here. Oh, I put the box of garbage bags. That's fine. I'm going to need the box of garbage bags, so I might as well have done that. Okay. Leather coat, that can go on the floor. Everything else, cosmetic. Now goes in the trash bag. Okay. That's mostly cleared up my backpack. And then I have 2 more backpacks that I can fill up. I feel confident enough to back up the vehicle just a little further. If there were any zombies that would have been attracted by the engine noise, they would have been attracted by the combat noise by now. The sound of crushing a zombie's skull goes about as far out as the sound of the loudest engine in this game, so all these skulls that I crushed over here, yeah, it's fine. Okay, I tentatively want to say that these tents are clear. Let's actually check the tents though. Weapons out. Combat stance, enter. I always find it funny that this tent has cots blocking the entrance, as if cots are going to slow down zombies. I'm actually going to hold on to one of those cots, because why not? Ooh, urban camo pants, that's neat. Urban camo is one of the things you'll never find on a zombie. At least as far as I know. If there, ooh, a pristine green camo jacket. If you notice, wearing a green camo jacket is a perfect match for the other gear I'm wearing. Hence the backpack and the belt and suspenders, which is why I like to pick green camo for all that. It is way too warm to be wearing a green camo jacket, though. Military jackets have different insulation based on what kind they are, or what camo actually. The forest camo has very high insulation. The desert camo has actually the lightest of all the jackets. So if you want protection but you don't want if you want protection without insulation, then some of the best you'll get is from the desert camo backpack, or the desert camo jacket. Sorry, shirt and another set of pants. We got a camo sleeping bag. That's nice. I can attach that to the bottom of my sleeping bag, make it light, or bottom of my tent, bottom of my backpack. Okay, so I have... Oh, another jacket. Hell yeah. I have filled up one of my military backpacks, so now I get out one of my other ones that I picked up and put it in my offhand. So I now have 2 military backpacks. Okay, now I can say that my main backpack is 100% full. Secondary backpack is on the way to being full now. I just became fatigued, stage 1, so it's not yet a threat, but I must remain aware of that, because that means I have 10 fatigue left to work with, so I'm on a timer now. Ah, military officer jacket. I like these a lot. I'm going to go ahead and wear it so you can see what it looks like. So, the very important thing about this jacket, the officer jacket, is you can only find it in certain loot containers in places like military checkpoints or bases, and they provide the protection of a leather jacket without the insulation of a leather jacket. Well, actually, no. I think the armor code is a little higher, so I might have been wrong about that. However, the most important aspect is that a lot of the long leather jackets will block your belt and suspenders. The military officer jacket does not, because you can see I'm still wearing my belt and suspenders. However, I'm wearing a long leather jacket on top of it, and honestly, it's not a bad match either. That's just a little side bonus there. It fits my style. If I wanted to go full military officer, I could wear this peak cap along with it. And look at that. Admiral Annie Mae reporting for duty. But yeah, that is just a fun fact about the military gear in this game. The jacket is now in... I need to not be wearing the jacket because I will start getting hot. It is summer after all. It's still July 22nd. I think this is my 3rd entrenching tool. Yeah, I don't need to pick up any more entrenching tools now. This is my 2nd camo sleeping bag, so I no longer need sleeping bags after this. I almost feel morally obligated to pick up entrenching tools just because sometimes they're hard to find. They do take durability damage, but it's so... Ah! Angle-headed flashlight. Perfect. So, I can right-click on this and attach it to my webbing, and I now have my first 5 slots exactly how I like to have them for this game. So, it has been, what, we've been at this for 13 days. It's the evening of day 13, and I now have, I would say 80% of the gear that I want to have for a Project Zomboid character. Like, optimally. So I think we're doing really good, all things considered. You know what? I'm going to pick up that sleeping bag just because I can. Oh, hello. Good thing I noticed this zombie here. Let's kill you real quick. Okay. Now, because our bag is, our main bag is full, our secondary bag is on the way there. Gonna go ahead and do a little drop here. Take a garbage bag out of the box there. Toss the garbage bag into the trunk, and we're gonna fill it up with more gear. Alright, there's 3 garbage bags filled all the way up. Let's get another one. This might be the last time we need to do a drop-off at the vehicle, which actually might mean that we can just finish looting this place and get out of here. I'm not 100% confident in that because the south part of the base, on the other side of the road, I have no idea how many zombies are still over there. There could be a large group. If there are, then it's fine. We'll just we'll come back tomorrow and finish the job. There would not be too much left to do tomorrow if we had to do that. We could probably come right back, or we could probably leave by like midday tomorrow if that was the case. Keep my books separate if I can. Aiming 1, reloading 1. I'm 99% sure I needed both of those. Okay. We are set to continue looting now. Now we are coming up on stage 2 fatigue very soon here. I think I have enough time to hit the 4 tents on this side. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and hit the 4 tents on this side. I'm going to go back to base. I'll sleep, and then come back tomorrow. And tomorrow we will hit the tents on the other side and the storage crate there. Yeah. Oh, shit. Look at that. Okay. We just, a whole group just decided to... I'm gonna do a little sneaky sneak. I don't normally do this, but it's fine. Okay, nobody's got our attention. It would be a little risk. Where's that sound coming from? That sounds like inside the tent or on the other side of it. So I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to go around this tent all the way over here. Just kind of hugging the far side. Okay, so now I can see behind these tents. I can see there's a little group of them there. Let's start with this tent here. Several copies of aiming and reloading 1. I can drop those. I have multiple veteran shirts of every color now, so I don't need to pick those anymore. Alright, that one is done. Okay. We will not be able to get into this tent or this tent without aggroing a couple of them. And I like to loot in peace. So you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and peace out. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna come back. I'll kill that whole group, and I'll kill anyone else in my way before I can get to the south side. We'll loot the south side tomorrow, and we are done here tomorrow. So that is our plan of action. At this point, I feel like I'll be able to fit everything. Well, almost everything. I do still need the triage a little bit, because basically the way I perceive this place is if I have room left over, The stuff that I want to start taking afterwards is the fun stuff, just the cosmetic stuff. The ham radio, the military ham radios. I want to take a few of those. I mean, if I still have room after I take the ham radios, then the generator too, and then the roadblocks if I really want to go hard. But the roadblocks are like super low priority, so roadblocks I'm much more likely to just come back for them someday if I ever really care about them. If I'm years from now, year and a half from now, if I'm just decorating my base and I'm like, oh, maybe I could put some roadblocks up. Well, I know where to get them. That's how I like to roll. Just leave long-term deposits. I'm gonna live forever. Remember, I'm gonna live forever. That's the mentality I have. I am going to live forever. That is not a question. It's a fact. I can't afford to not think of it that way. Because if you think about it of, oh, I'm gonna probably die at this point. Don't think that way. Don't think that way. Just do everything as if you're going to live forever. That's my advice for playing Project Zomboid. Positive mental attitude is a real thing, and it does have a tangible, measurable impact on things. So don't get punked by it. Take it for what it's worth. I'm just gonna put everything except for the wearables. Okay, I'm gonna move the generator into the trailer. That way I can keep going back and forth. And have more storage. Generator Electromax in there. Now I just move a couple of books, and that will be a full trailer. Aiming one, reloading one. Did I pick up any other books? Nothing of note, really. I guess I'll put an E-tool back there. Okay, now we're done. Okay, now the trailer is pretty much full. There's like one encumbrance left, that's fine. Gear into the garbage bag. Okay. There we go. Now I can name this garbage bag green mill. So it's mill green, rather. So everything in here is a mix of just green or forest camo green. The other garbage bag mill is just a variety of stuff. None of this is too well sorted yet. But at least I have one bag that is very well sorted now. Remember, anything that goes over our storage limit in terms of what can fit in the van itself, we can just we can hand carry quite a lot of stuff now that we have multiple military backpacks. We can hand carry, we can put a military backpack in both of our hands. Very lovely thing to be able to do. If you equip one in the secondary hand and one in the primary hand, this right here, this is peak Project Zomboid in terms of being able to transport things. Having a military backpack in each hand and on the back. You have, as an organized person, I have 36 times 3. That's a little bit over 100. I have pretty much the same amount of storage as this trailer right here by having a military backpack in each hand. That's how powerful I am. I am a human trailer if I have multiple military backpacks. It's good shit. I love it. All right, we are going upstairs. We're going to read for like 30 minutes, then we're going to sleep. All right, 22:30. Just got hungry, so I drank some milk. And asleep. Okay, now I'm going to, I have to step away very briefly here, probably like 2 minutes tops. So what I'm going to do is just read a book while I do that at regular speed. And where is my little note? Back in 2 minutes. I will be right back, folks. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Sorry about that. Hopefully won't need to step... Well, actually, you know what? One last thing I'm going to do. I'm going to turn my fan on. It's another one of those hot days on the East Coast. Alright. I am now back. I'm just going to turn my volume up a little bit because now that I have a box fan above me. I apologize if you can start hearing the game audio come through my mic. That is possible now that I'm turning up the volume a little bit, but it's necessary under the current circumstances. Hopefully it doesn't always get this hot. I actually need to read for another 40 minutes in game, so I'll just fast forward. And it is 4 a.m., so I go to sleep again. Quick recap for anybody joining us. We have successfully fought our way into the Brandenburg military checkpoint, and now we are working on actually looting the joint. We are about halfway done. We've hit the tents on the north side of the highway, and now we're going to fight our way down and hit the tents on the south side. Get myself some more milk. You know what? I'm going to bring these nuggies and fish fingers with me and eat those once I get hungry because they're perishable and they'll go bad sometime soon if I don't. We still have power. It's day 14 now. We still have power. Water shut off was a long time ago, but I have no inkling as to when the power shut off is going to be. I have not yet heard a warning for it. So maybe I'll turn on the EMS broadcast on our way down to the checkpoint here. So what we did something a little sneaky. We fought our way into the back side of the checkpoint by just building a little water bridge around the fence. Alright, let's see here. I am going to, I want to pass time a little bit so that I can hear the broadcast. So I'm going to read carving for a minute here. I'm also going to leave the engine running because I've noticed my battery is not at 100% charge, so just leaving the car running for a minute while I read. And we'll just read until the 8 o'clock broadcast for the emergency channel. Okay, there's the call sign and no warning. I think that the call sign comes, oh, Louisville State University. Yeah, if you go to Louisville State University, you're going to find everything. Everything at LSU. Light fog. Okay, so we have a little bit of fog tomorrow and thunderstorm and rain. Severe thunderstorm in 2 days. Okay, but no mention of the power grid. Now, the devs have claimed that they've fixed the fact that they've fixed the fact that the earlier in build 42 the emergency broadcast wasn't actually warning us of the power grid shutdown. Now it is, allegedly. I've never seen it. I've never seen that I can recall in build 42. I don't think I've ever seen a broadcast warning me of it. I have seen after the fact. I have seen it say Knox power grid blackout. Like, yeah, I figured that out. Thanks. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Basically, all we've learned from that broadcast is that it is likely not in the next 3 days. But maybe the devs are wrong. Maybe they never actually fixed it, and it'll happen today. Who knows? So we got to kill these guys and hit those 2 tents right there behind them. Kill these guys apart. Now, one thing I was hoping to see here that I might not... Oh, maybe this is it. So, if you go to this military checkpoint, you actually have a chance of seeing zombified CIA agents. You can tell that they're CIA from the radio broadcast, which periodically mentions Charlie India Alpha, CIA, in sector something. I don't remember exactly the sector name, but the sector name, if you look at map cells, it actually correlates to Brandenburg checkpoint. So there are CIA agents here that are zombified. The only reason I care about that is because they have a chance of spawning with the ankle holster, and that's a slightly rare thing. I like having an ankle holster for no other reason than for the fact that it's one of the 9 cannon slots you'll get in vanilla Zomboid. So if you want to have all possible slots, then an ankle holster is mandatory. This guy's got scissors stuck in him. Thank you, sir. 1 south. Nobody to the west has clocked us yet. Okay, we got 1 west. The west is medium, the south is fast. So I had a weapon breakage there, replacing it with yet another ratchet wrench. This is our potential CIA agent because he's got a suit on, suit and tie. Okay, let's see what he's got. Nope, unfortunate. Okay, he was just a businessman. Keeping my eyes peeled, but I'm not expecting to see any more at this point because, you know, if I haven't seen one yet, I'm probably not going to. You're basically just looking for somebody dressed in a suit and tie in this area. And they might have a Fed badge, they might have an ankle holster, and a couple of other things. I'm actually checking corpses over here just in case, in the slight off chance that I might have already seen one, but not even recognized it. Leather strips are quite valuable to me, so I am going to go ahead and make room in my bag for leather jackets for now. They're on the chopping block if I start running out of space. So we do have another guy with a tie over here. I'll take his tie for the sake of having a nice black tie, but I don't think... oh yeah, yet another guy with a formal shirt, which, you know, just by going by dress, that is actually a potential candidate, but no, he doesn't. He doesn't have one. Okay, that's everybody that we've killed recently. Drop this ratchet with the other broken one we've broken. And we continue. It's an unknown number congregating in this tent. 3, maybe? Shit. Whew. Clear your corners, rookie. Thankfully, I was not actually close enough to that corner for her to catch me. I was still a little bit uncomfortably close there. Okay. I do believe these 2 tents are now clear enough for me to loot them. So let's get started. That makes 3 military or 3 officer jackets. Fantastic. So this is a U.S. Army walkie-talkie. It's really, really small, but if you see those, you can pick them up. They're useful. They would be okay. So a little bit of talk about the future of Project Zomboid. The devs want this game to be The Sims, but with zombies. But right now, the game has no NPCs. That's why so much of the game feels incomplete. That's why the skill system is so silly right now, because they're planning it, the skill system, all the changes in Build 42 are building up towards NPCs. You'll want to fill your skill gaps with NPCs. That's like what you're supposed to do eventually. Right now, there's no way to do that, so that's why the game is playing very differently now from how it will in the future. That being said, what is going to change when they add NPCs? That's an open question, obviously. We have no idea what else they're going to change in the meantime. But I have theories that are backed with some pretty strong evidence here that the radios, things like military radios, are eventually going to probably be very, very important for managing NPCs. You'll want to give them access to a radio so you can contact them from up to 20 kilometers away. So in the future, when you want to, you have some NPCs, you want to be able to talk to them from far away, maybe give them orders to do something, I don't know. You will want military radios to be able to do that. As it stands, if you're LARPing, if you're playing if you're playing like you're playing multiplayer, but you're not like with a group on Discord or something, and you're just using the in-game stuff, then military radios are very valuable to you, even in Build 41, because you can contact people from across the map with them. And that's going to still be the case in future builds, I'm sure. So that is that's a factor of consideration, right? If you want, in the future, you want to be able to contact your NPC allies, you're going to need to get a radio for yourself and a radio for them, probably. And you will, this place right here will be a great source of radios for that. Because not only are we going to find random walkie-talkies, we're actually going to find a treasure trove of ham radios in the tent down here. This is a comms tent, and this right here, that's also a comms tent. There's a total of like 6 ham radios in these tents. So while right now the ham radios, in single player, they might as well just be window dressing. In multiplayer and in the future for NPCs, potentially really, really, really valuable. This guy is stuck here. Oh shit. Okay, he's done. Did I attract anybody else? Doesn't look like it. So there are still several zombies inside this guardhouse. Trying to peel them all away from that invulnerable fence is actually pretty hard, so I don't usually fuck with them. Because there's also usually a lot more zombies out in this field. But in this run, I have successfully lured most of them away, so I'm actually considering doing something I don't think I've ever done before, and actually just fighting my way into this guard tower. Okay, we've only got one stuck on that window. Maybe two now. Okay. That's workable, I think. You see, normally when there's a lot of them smacking that window, you don't ever want to step inside and just have them all turn around and gang up on you at once. You don't ever want to do that. That is a fast ticket to getting just immediately gangbanged. See, there's still 3 of them in there.
Hey!
2 fast shamblers and... I don't know, I'll left-right these 2. Why did one of them just turn around? What's going on there, huh? That's a low attention span. Left, right. I'm still expecting there to be a couple of them in there. That one is stuck, the other one is not. That's a poor fate for a Green Beret. Okay, we got 2 on the other side. I'm going to go all the way around and see what we're looking at on the other side here. The door they've busted open. Okay. I have actually cleared this guardhouse. First time I've ever done that. 99.9% of the time whenever I come to that guardhouse, there's too many zombies around it. They're all stuck on the stupid unbreakable windows. But in this case, what have we got? Almost nothing. There are no containers. Oh no, look at this. We've got a couple of these cupboards are office loot tables because we got nothing but magazines and paperwork and crap. On the bright side, we do have one ham radio. So I'm just going to take that, put it in my secondary hand for the moment. What next? I'm going to put... The ham radio weighs 15. And it's hard to put on the ground unless you want to have to pick it up again. So I'm actually going to put the radio and a couple of other things in this duffel bag on the floor. Okay, so that is just a full duffel bag of stuff that is like low, low, low priority. Now what I'm going to do is put military backpack into the secondary hand. And we're going to do a little sneaky sneak around to see if there are any zombies in the area. They're stuck in these sandbags. I'm guessing they spawned there. That's the only thing that makes sense. Even though they can't get to me, I'm still killing them because they're going to throw off my auditory by making noise. And I need that to not happen. See, I would never have been able to tell their growls apart from this guy right here who's actually capable of moving and is therefore a threat. Short blunt 6. Okay, the rest of the communications area seems not clean, but very pretty clean. This is the med tent. Not too much to note, but sure, I'll take some first aid supplies. I do not need a rubber hose. Microscope is surprisingly heavy. I don't need that. Large medical bed is only 15 encumbrance. That's surprisingly light, all things considered. Do I have another duffel bag? I do not. That's fine. Oh, it's, no, it is 30. It weighs 30. Because the, see how it's split up into two 15s? So that is... Oh, this is... Okay. This is interesting. So these large medical beds have a sleeping comfort of good, meaning they are, you know, just as good as, like, you know, a full-on bed. The full-on beds in this game, every bed in this game that I know of that gives a good sleeping quality is 20 encumbrance for each part. And it requires really high-level carpentry to pick up without breaking, which means these beds are actually surprisingly valuable for mobile bases. I may come back for them. I will prioritize that as a low priority item. Because for now, I just want to get the firearms, most importantly. And then the contents of the electronics, this little shipping container over here, mostly electronic stuff in it. Okay, my main military backpack is now full. So everything I pick up now is going in the secondary, and everything I pick up now is pretty much firearms related. Never pick up ammunition boxes, because those are, like, really bulky. They weigh a lot. There's no point. Just put them on the ground and take stuff out of them. Getting so much 9mm that I might actually be able to make a carton. Yeah, we're at 9 boxes. We just need, like, several more boxes. Wow, almost everything we found is nothing but 9mm. Okay, rant mode for a moment. You don't actually find very much 9mm in the military. Sidearms are really only issued to officers, and, like, maybe certain technical crew. But for the most part, it's almost everybody is using a rifle in the military. Like, seeing somebody in the military with a sidearm is a lot more rare than one would imagine. Oh, I hear somebody. We're at... They're making an aggro sound, so it sounded like they knew we were here. But if that was the case, they would be coming inside by now. Ah, there he is. Okay. It sounds like potentially more than one, but I'll deal with this guy and see if I still hear anybody. Okay, sounds clear. Anyway, yeah, 9mm, you don't actually see that much of it in the military. Certainly not to the point where there would be an entire weapons locker storage in the field with nothing but 9mm. You would not see that. That's not how the military works. They like their rifles. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a bit of a sidearm supremacist, but when it comes to training grunts and training anybody who's not a grunt, you want to really focus on the long guns for the most part. Okay, pretty much nothing but ham radios in that tent, so we will come back for those storage allowing. This other tent is, I just want to check these boxes. They are empty. I don't know why there's no loot in this tent, but there isn't. There's no loot. So we are done with everything except for this shipping container, which we don't have a lot of room for. However, if I get rid of this IV stand, I do have some room left. It's a cosmetic thing. I just kind of picked it up for funsies. Base decorations, you know. They match the beds I was thinking about picking up. I'm gonna kill these two zombies because if I don't, they will probably be attracted by the sound of me breaking open that door. There's another ghillie suit guy to the south there. He's surprisingly isolated. If I did not already have a ghillie suit, I would probably go out of my way to fight him. But I already have a fully intact ghillie suit, so yeah. Short blunt is my specialty, and I have a hammer. If you have high short blunt and a hammer, then that's all you ever need to break into most doors, including big ones like this. If axes were my specialty, I would use the pickaxe on my back, but nah, this is fine. This does make a lot of noise, and it does take about a dozen hits, but I've cleared out all the zombies, so... There's just a couple to the far south. Wasn't even a dozen hits. Just another quick perimeter check. Just in case anybody's got really good hearing. Okay, look at that. We got some ammo. I was not expecting ammo. That might be enough. Okay, not just yet. I think I need one more box of 9mm, and then I can turn it into a carton. Reason you want to do that is because cartons are, they take up a lot less space. My current calculus is pick up anything that is not, that is a, oh, here we go, 9mm. So I'm going to step outside really quick and make a carton of 9mm by packing 12 individual boxes. So that means, that basically just means I have more storage space now, because I've compressed them from being 12 encumbrance down to 8 in totality. Alright, my secondary backpack is now full. I got a little bit of room left in the primary now. Power bar, that is a heavy, heavy thing. A little bit of everything in terms of ammo up here. Okay, so I am now out of storage space across both of my military backpacks. I'm going to pull out the third. Reason I'm always hesitant to do this is because, you know, you have a military backpack in your primary hand as well. It becomes very, very difficult to stop and fight. So let's go ahead and get that into our primary hand. And get started transporting. These containers are they actually have smaller storage space than a regular wooden crate. So they are actually not really worth it for any reason unless you find them cool looking. In which case, well, they're really heavy. So hopefully you can square that circle. Okay, I'm scrutinizing heavily what I pick up now because... Okay, now I have exactly 30 encumbrance left, so I can go steal one of those beds. I'm just going to take one and then run, because I do see some zombies approaching from the south. Okay, let's get out of here. Yeah, so, funny thing is, I actually do still have room in my inventory for 24 encumbrance, which means I can pick up this duffel bag, right? Oh no, crap, I'm a little too heavy. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm just gonna run. I have to pause for just a moment. I will be right back. Probably like 30 seconds here. Sorry about that. Curses upon Apple for inventing the notion that communications apps should tell people when they're typing. I don't like it. Because now I see that my colleague is typing a response and I have to sit here and wait for him to finish typing. It's like, you know... Especially when you know somebody's a slow typer. Nothing you can do about it. Fine. It's just sitting there realizing he's typing something, and it's just like, okay, dude, you probably don't need to type all that. Just give it to me piece by piece. I don't need a paragraph. Will do, thank you. Okay. It took him 30 seconds to type that. Okay, whatever. All right, we're continuing. Sorry about that. I have a very, very, very cushy day job. As long as things are going very well at work, my presence is hardly required. If something was going wrong and you know, I needed to step up and get things done, I would have to end the stream on a rather sudden note. but things are going... Where's wood? Knock on wood, things are going very well right now. Gotta knock on wood, because otherwise I will jinx it. You could think of me as an IT firefighter, I guess. Where did that guy come from? I have to deal with him in a minute here. Let's start by emptying these backpacks. I'm going to start putting things that, basically anything that's not fire, weapon or ammo, I will put that into this trash bag until the trunk is full. Kind of hard to tell, but I'm monitoring this other zombie through the UI here. I can see if he starts moving towards me. Okay, all trash bags in the trunk are full. I think I have room for one more trash bag of miscellaneous stuff. So I open my crafting menu here, take another garbage bag out of the box of garbage bags in the trunk. Okay, as predicted, the trunk is now full. So, I'm gonna go deal with that zombie now, because I'm tired of looking at him. The stuff that is in my secondary hand is basically all firearms related right now. Just gotta move this walkie-talkie up. I move this ammo over there. Okay. Now, basically everything in my Desert Camo military backpack in my hand is all firearms. So I did a little bit of sorting of loot out in the field. Let's kill this asshole. Okay, I'm gonna actually drop this, this flint and stuff that I picked up. Character's getting pretty wet from all the, from the rain and sweat. Okay, the trunk is full once again. I'm gonna sit in the driver's seat for a second and see if I can't move some stuff to the passenger seat. Alright, the passenger seat is now full. Okay, we've pretty much filled up everything. Sorry, just calculating. See, this is why I like to pull the bullets out of everything when I loot it, so that I can separate the bullets from the things that I know are a specific weight, like these bandoliers. These bandoliers can now go on my driver's seat. Okay, and now I move all of the firearm stuff from the secondary bag into the primary bag. So that way, basically, both of my military backpacks that I would carry in my hands are now completely free of obstruction. I can put whatever I want in them. $1,700 and I'm tired. That feels a little early, but not entirely unexpected. I'll just deal with it. I can deal with it. I can take it. I'm short blunt 6, so I can afford to fight a couple zombies while I'm tired. Not too many, but one at a time, sure, why not? This guy's got a force camo ghillie hat. I want that. In fact, I would like it a lot because it matches my my other gear, and it will make me a little bit more resilient to the rain. Alright, just 2. That's 3 fast shamblers. I don't like this at all. That's 3 fast shamblers, and I am tired. I'm just backing up a little bit to get some distance. Ideally, one of them will spill over that fence, but nope. I'm gonna try to push one. Okay, one's down. We can left, right now. Left, right, left, right. Stand on the one that's down. Okay. Wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't the worst. Both of his ghillie suit pieces have holes in them, so even if I wanted more ghillie, there is no more ghillie to have right now. I don't have room for another MSR 788, so I'm going to tentatively leave that on the ground. Alright, triage time. What do I want more from a fashion standpoint? Do I want another those medical beds, or do I want another... I can carry, What the fuck is that? Oh, jeez Louise, okay. Just the sound of, Just the sound of raindrops, it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up 4 ham radios. It is a very distracting sound. Alright, we have 4 ham radios. We are now completely full across all backpacks. That being said, there is still that duffel bag over there and this IV bag. How do I want to play this? I'm going to try to distribute the firearms into these other bags because I can still fit a couple. See if that leaves me with enough room to pick up the... I think it will. That'll leave me enough room with for the IV drip in my main bag. I am extremely vulnerable, so I'm just kind of, you know, moseying away from that zombie. Now, all that's left to think about is this duffel bag here, which has got a bunch of random crap in it that is, like, really low priority. I can't pick up the whole thing, so I'm going to start by taking that out, putting that on my backpack instead. How about now? Can I pick it up? I can pick it up. I'm out of here. We are out of here. We are at 46 out of 50 in terms of encumbrance, so we have, like, we're carrying as much as we possibly humanly can right now. Okay. Pretty good success so far. Pretty good success. Remember, I don't actually need those ham radios. Really, all I'm really doing is moving them up to this chateau that I'm using as a temporary base, because that will keep them separate from the checkpoint. Because the zombies, there will be big respawns at that checkpoint. Like, if I were to come back here, say, in a couple of months, just looking for things to decorate my base with, most of those zombies will have respawned by then. So, I like to get things away from that area. I'm just going to take out at least half of these ham radios and just put them down here. Okay, you know what? I'm going to actually, I'm going to take some more stuff from that military checkpoint, just because it's clear now, and I've never had it so clear before. So I'm going to loot a little bit more stuff from it. I'm going to sleep here tonight, and just take a couple more things. I want some of those construction lights. I don't know if I'll have room for them, but I'm going to bring them up here and stage them up here. Maybe I'll just do a convoy run. I'll just go back to Riverside with what I have, and then come back here with a full truck. Or maybe just bring the ambulance back and just do another run. I mean, why not? There's literally no reason not to. Do what we call a furniture run. Okay, something I'm actually going to do now is because of all the M9s that I've found, I'm going to make sure that all of the magazines and have been emptied, and all of the ammo in the magazines has also been emptied. Reason being, I want to see if I can compress all of the, compress all of the 9mm bullets that are floating around into boxes, because that makes them easier to transport. Okay, now all of the M9s that I have have no magazines and no bullets in them. Now I just need to unload the bullets from the magazines, seeing as I have, like, I don't know, I have more magazines than I do 9mm at the moment. This is not like the military. Like, you know, not just the fact that they have not handguns. That's not just the problem. The problem is also storing the handguns, storing full magazines in, like, you know, an area that is not near the front lines. Well, I guess you could say this is near the front lines, but still. Usually if ammo is in the magazines, it's because it's in one of your pockets and considered, you know, a live thing loaded for... Military is very precise about how they do these things. You don't usually just open a locker and find full magazines. That doesn't, to the extent of my knowledge. I'm not in the military myself, but I have a lot of friends, and they will periodically criticize this game for its silly things. Or praise it. I mean, certain things about this game is actually surprisingly accurate. Alright, we can make 1 box of 9mm from all that. Okay, we've saved ourselves a surprisingly significant amount of room by doing that. I don't know why I put that in there. Those are going in my backpack now that they are cleaned up. Okay. I only wore that boonie hat for the sake of the fact that it was raining, but now the rain's done. Let's get ourselves some more water, because we actually drank ourselves dry now. Just gonna go ahead and move all that into one crate, since I didn't do much sorting anyway. Alright, we now have 5 ham radios. 1 bed is still disassembled and left in the van. So I'm actually going to get the bed out and leave it here, because I want to use all storage space in my van right now just for functional stuff, as opposed to fun stuff like the bed. Okay, and now what I do is I replace the, I have more room in the trunk, I just start putting the stuff that I couldn't fit in before. Okay, I'm actually going to start a separate trash bag exclusively for guns and ammo. For that, I will need to take another trash bag out of the trunk box here. Rename it garbage bag, firearm, since it'll have both guns and ammo. This is honestly, 90% of this trash bag is just 9mm. But we can fit the 5.56 in there as well, I believe. Almost all of it. That's fine. Really coming down to the wire here. We're at up to 0.99. Okay. Yeah, now we're at 152.99 out of 153. So we have filled up the trunk as much as literally humanly possible. So we are now, we've used up more than half of this box of garbage bags. At that point, I actually think it is more space efficient to just take all the garbage bags out, because the box is 1.0 encumbrance. We have 9 garbage bags left in it. That is 0.09 encumbrance collectively. So, yeah. The box does not change size, even if there are fewer bags. So after you're past the halfway point, just take them all out. It's whatever. And now I put those loose garbage bags into my Alice pack, which still has a little bit of room for stuff. I'll put the boonie hats. Maybe not the boonie hat. I'll put the duffel bag in there. Now it's mostly full. Okay, so every container in the van is completely full now, and the trailer has like a very minimal amount of room. The milk, I kind of want to bring back some of these perishables. I've got like a literal trash bag full of perishables. Some of it's going to go stale because it has been frozen, but it's kind of old, so when we transport it, it will probably, some of it will go stale in transit. That's fine. That's whatever. It's 2200. I'm going to go ahead and sleep. When I wake up, as a midnight activity, I'm going to go back to the checkpoint and grab the other bed, and I don't think there's any other like furniture stuff over there. Oh no. There's a couple of lamps, a couple of construction lights. That's what I'm thinking of. A couple construction lights. I'm gonna steal those. So that's gonna be my midnight activity. I've got construction lights are 15 encumbrance each. I've got 3 military backpacks with room for 30 across each. So that's a total of 1 bed, because that's 15 and 15, plus 4 construction lights. So that's our goal. So we're going to sleep, and then we're going to take I'm going to use the sports car, because the van's already full. No point in using the van anymore until we're leaving. Okay, 1:40, that means we have a couple of hours. So, now that we're doing some workout in the dark, I can show you the glory, absolute glory of using the angle-headed flashlight. Look at this. I hit one button. I don't have to wait for it to equip. It's just on whenever I need it. And the best part about this is, for all you people who like your two-handed weapons, one button and you can turn it on, even while you're wielding a two-handed weapon. It's great. Angle-headed flashlight, one of the best items in the game, hands down. So, hopping into the sports car, and we're just gonna do a little quick post heist here. I don't even know if I want this duffel bag full of random stuff, but I'll toss it in the trunk, why not? Alright, what have we got? I clocked four construction lights on this side. Hold on a second. I'm not a doofus, right? For some reason, I get the sinking suspicion I forgot to look at this tent. Jesus, that scared me. Okay, no, I checked this tent. Yeah, I checked this tent. Okay. I don't know why. For some reason, that's like, you know, why would I miss the most obvious one? The first one that I would come up at, but I've done silly things like that before. Alright. See what this guy was sweating me before. We already got the ham radio out of there. I'm gonna start by getting the bed. Oh, there was also this. I'll come back for that. Alright, I don't see anybody in the immediate vicinity. That's never gonna not freak me out. It's gonna take a while for me to get used to that. Oh, I didn't realize I broke my weapon. That's fine, I still got a hammer. Alright, medical bed into the offhand bag. I've already got everything else in here I care about. Alright, we are now carrying four construction lights and four construction lights in one bed. There was that gun case I wanted to grab. And then that leather jacket, because why not? Alright, everything is now being hand carried. Some of this I'm going to put some of this stuff into the seats of the car. Shit. I don't know if I can outrun him. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna try to outrun her. Nope, I can't. Okay. I'm dropping the item in my primary hand, getting out the hammer. I'm extremely over-encumbered, but I can still kill one off, so that's fine. Shit, there's one coming around. Standing on his chest. Okay. I think I'm clear. I really would have preferred not to have dropped that backpack. It's actually kind of annoyingly difficult to pick up a military backpack that is completely loaded. Here's what I'm going to do. Sit in the driver's seat and empty all of my floodlights onto the seats. Cloth gun case into the bag in the back here. Damn it. Okay, now I can put a floodlight into the back. Okay, the floodlights that were in the backpack I dropped go into my main backpack now. Re-equip the other one into my primary hand. And keep a very close eye on my surroundings as I proceed to pick up a couple more here. Do I have enough room left? It's 37 plus 5, yes. Okay, I'm going to hand carry the last of the lights that are still here. There's one more construction light down here to the south. I don't see any zombies around it, so I'm taking it. Wait a minute, there are 2 zombies there. Hopefully neither of them are fast. Wait a minute, I think he's fast. Yep, he's fast. God bless it. Okay. Drop the primary. Weapon in hand. Combat effective. Alright, inconvenient, but we can work with it. All we gotta do is lose just a tad bit of weight and we can pick this backpack back up. Oh, all I gotta do is drop these medical beds. One of them should be fine. Am I going nuts or was there another one over there? Yes, there's another one over there. I'm just gonna kill her. Safer to kill her now. Lesson learned, I should have just picked up these stupid medical bed parts last. Alright, combat effective once more. You know what else I'm going to take with me? Warning, restricted area. You won't find those very often. Damn it, that's another fast shambler coming in. A fast and a medium. I'm gonna kill him. It's whatever. It's more than I would have preferred to deal with, but whatever. Y'all ain't gonna stop me. You're just gonna annoy me. Okay, that is 100% of everything from this place. Actually, just saw a fast shambler, but she was going in the not towards us direction, so I don't care. We're out of here. Took me just a little longer than I would have wanted. If we hadn't run into any zombies, I would be back at base by now and I'd be asleep, but that's fine. It's fine, just prolonged us by like an hour and a half maybe. It'll be 5:30, we'll be up there at base, we'll be asleep, we're out of here. We are now 100% done with this place. There was some stuff on the floor that I just drove past. Really low priority. It's fine. I am very done with this place spiritually and functionally. Yeah, see, with these 2 beds and that IV drip, I've got a hospital now. You know, is that really important to me? Not really, but, you know, it's a thing. Something I sort of kind of a little bit care about. The floodlights I can actually just put outside. Make it easier on myself when I come back for them. So I should explain floodlights. They provide the most light at the lowest cost, or they have the best cost, fuel cost for the generator in terms of how much light they provide. Right. So they cost the same as any other lamp or object, but they provide, you know, as their name suggests, tons and tons of light. And I got 5 of them from that place, which is nice. Okay, time to sleep, because I am a restless sleeper, and I need to sleep again. What else do I have? I think I actually do... No, I have a couple more floodlights that I gotta put down. That I left in the vehicle here. Okay. The sports car is now completely empty. The restricted area sign, I'm gonna hold on to that because it's cool looking and it only weighs 1 encumbrance as opposed to the rest of this crap. Alright, we are now focusing on getting items out of here. Alright, ammo removed from the SR-788. These bags don't really have much more room for anything. I'm not quite as tight on inventory space anymore now that I've made the decision that I'm going to do a separate furniture run. So I can definitely afford to bring everything that I want back with me now. Basically just all items. I'm going to bring all my items back. What do I have that is of an odd weight right now? My current encumbrance is 25.42. Oh, it's my... No, it's not even my keychain. I don't know what it is. I've already removed all the ammo. It's probably just jewelry or something. Oh no, it's also the water. Jewelry and water that are throwing me off a little bit. Okay, that's fine. Not enough room to separate guns and ammo. Okay, that works. I separated, so I got all my guns and ammo in there, and then that, okay. Now I just have this, loose firearm here. That weighs 4.0, so I have no choice but to just put that in like my backpack. Let me check the gas in the van here. That looks good. Oh, fun fact: you can fill a generator with gasoline, but it does not change the encumbrance of the generator. So if I drop the generator here for a moment, and I siphon if I siphon a full 10 liters out of the car, and then fill up the generator, and then pick the generator back up again, the generator will not have changed encumbrance. So I'm basically just carrying another 10 liters of gas for free by doing that. Glad I remembered to do that. Okay, so get my rubber hose out. So the generator is now 100% full of gasoline. I pick it up, but it still only weighs 40 encumbrance, so I can put it right back into the trailer, and there I'm transporting another 10 liters of gas. Speaking of gas, I can't remember how it was. The van is like pretty much full, so there's not room for a full can. Let's get out one of my military backpacks and my secondary and load it up with anything that I do not need to be carrying at the moment. That hose actually can go ahead and stay in my Alice pack now, part of my permanent kit. Okay, next, I'm going to put anything in the fridge that is not spoilable into my main backpack. And that means that my main backpack... Okay, for the rest of the encumbrance in my main backpack, I'm just going to loot stuff in this place. Booze, electrical stuff, maybe even books, chips, random food items, smokables from the smoking room, that kind of stuff. You know, it's like extremely low priority loot. But since I've decided that I'm going to do 2 loot runs to come back here for furniture, that means that I can, you know, fill myself to the brim with this small form stuff. Yeah, I found a bucket. That's something a little bit more than just low priority. Okay, main backpack is pretty much completely full now. I'm putting this stuff straight into my inventory because it, whatchamacallit, my other backpack that I'm going to put in my primary hand is going to be exclusively for perishables, and that's the last thing I'm going to fill up before I leave. Because, you know, you want to have them as little time as possible outside of a fridge. So I'm over encumbered to high hell, and I'm taking damage from it, so I'm officially on the clock in terms of getting out of here. Corkscrew, I don't actually have yet. Bottle opener and P95, I got those. Ah. Okay. Let's get this backpack into my primary. We are now loading perishables. I'm going to separate them, actually. I'm going to have a freezer bag and a fridge bag for... That way I know what to put in when I get back. So the contents of the freezer go into this trash bag. And then the trash bag goes into my main backpack. Damn it. It won't let me pick up the garbage bag. That's probably because I'm carrying too much loose stuff. So I'll actually put all the loose stuff I'm carrying into this other garbage bag. Okay. Now I can put the freezer bag... Oh, you know what? It's also probably because I am currently really, really hungry. I'm going to drink a couple of these cow's milk cups. And now, freezer bag in first. And then fridge on top of that. Perfect. And the loose garbage bags straight into my inventory. I am now completely full. I could not carry more if I wanted to. Between my hand carrying and the vehicle itself. So we are out of here. 100%, not 100% optimized. I literally could go a little bit crazier if I wanted, but I don't actually have any more loose stuff that I care about. So we are now on a non-stop trip back to Riverside. It's about to be the turn of the hour, so I'm going to go ahead and pop on the radio, see if I can't hear whether the blackout is coming anytime soon. And I'm not even going to turn south until the next turn after this one, because this turn right here is going to be loaded with zombies. I'm just going to go straight for the next one. Alright, automated broadcast. There's the call sign. No report about the power grid. Okay. Assuming that the power grid warnings are functioning, that means we have at least 3 more days of power. Bit of a generous assumption, but I'll take it. Clear skies, periods of heavy cloud. Weather period predicted to end in the morning. Okay, so the rain goes away tomorrow morning. All I can say is I'm very glad that I found this van. The sports car was a pretty useful thing as well. I probably could have achieved all that I did with the truck instead of the sports car, but the sports car made it ever so slightly easier with the better acceleration. There's my truck. It's my first time actually trying to follow the correct road over here. The rest of the road is ostensibly closed for construction. I'm sure it'll finish any day now. Here at the end of all things, construction will probably move at the same pace as it does currently. Did you know that construction companies benefit from roads breaking more often? So they have a direct financial incentive to not make them more durable. That is a little bit of a fraud, waste, fraud, and abuse that's happening in almost every country on the planet, because most civil authorities are not very good at actually ferreting it out when it happens. It is theoretically possible to have, you know, really, really, really good roads that have all the potholes patched very quickly to the point where you would almost never notice them. But then there's no incentive for government contracts to come along and get you some of that sweet, sweet, sweet construction crew money. And the longer the job takes, the more monthly payrolls get dished out. It's almost like there's a direct financial incentive for roads to take forever to fix. There's no libertarian answer for that either. That's the most political thing I'll say to this channel. There is, I don't think there's a single political theory that can possibly deal with waste, fraud, and abuse in the roadways, other than having a private sector that you can actually trust not to rip you off. Which good luck with that one. good fucking luck with that one. Oh man, we live in a world. We live in a society, don't we? Oh yeah, sandbox with really, really cold settings. If I had really, really, really cold settings on a sandbox, padded jackets would be gold for me, and those are actually really hard to find. Padded jackets, without them being, you know, full of holes, right? You can find a padded jacket on a zombie, not too difficult, but they'll be full of holes, and even if they're not full of holes, they're gonna block your webbing slot. I would absolutely hate to be forced to wear padded jackets. But those would be gold. And also, I guess I would probably start fires, like, all the time. There's a couple times where I started fires, actually just for light. This was back in my 42.7 run, I think it was. Yeah, my 42.7 run, I did, had a bit of a side quest journey where I lost access to my main vehicle. So I was kind of stuck I was stuck in Ekron without access to power grid or anything like that. I ended up living off the grid for like a week and a half before I could recover my vehicle. And I got to a point where I was fighting through the night, and I didn't want to waste battery anymore, so I just started campfires all over the place. I'd probably do the same thing if I had to worry about cold. Yeah, that's pretty useful. If you did not have a fireplace, you could probably look around for an old stove. Depending on your map settings, of course. There's certain places where you're guaranteed to find one and you can move it wherever you want. But other than that, fireplace is great if you like the aesthetic. I'm deeply disappointed that masons cannot build their own fireplaces. Oh, yeah. I have been meaning to actually, like, you know, everything I'm doing with live streaming right now is sort of a trial run, right? I'm finding out what works best for everything before I start doing stuff on my main channel. This is technically my second channel. One of the things I want to do is make like a video recap of some of my most entertaining moments. That's one of them right there. That little week and a half side quest. That's one of my most entertaining moments in all of Project Zomboid right there. Okay, so I've got a bunch of perishables here. Oh yeah, absolutely. The antique oven is probably a godsend in a world where you're constantly dealing with cold issues, nuclear winter issues, as it were. Oh, so the freezer here is actually full now. So that means that everything that I'm putting in the fridge now, I have to prioritize consuming first. Thankfully, I burned enough calories during that expedition that I can now switch to... I can be a little bit more liberal with what I eat. I do have to be very careful about my proteins, though. I'm at 271. So these dishes of food that I made with a lot of meats, I might not be able to... I might just have to toss them. They might be way too much for me. Yeah. Yeah, Alaska is, I would love it, personally. I'm a cold weather guy. My, ideal temperature for living in my apartment here is 66 degrees Fahrenheit. If I can, keep it that cold, I do. But during the summer, I have high ceilings, so that chances of that actually being maintained are pretty slim. Oh, this garbage bag can go on the floor over here. This is all just low priority random crap. Okay, all the rest of this is stuff I can put into the fridge here. Not because it's perishable, but because it's something I'm liable to cook with. This entrenching tool I will not yet need for a little while, but I'm going to leave it in the passenger seat of my main van. Okay, that looks better. Just did a little bit of optimizing of my field kits there. Man, I suppose. No, I don't really. I could eat this ice cream. 26 proteins. I can afford that. It's dangerously high, though. Part of me just wants to eat it for the sake of saying that I'm not letting ice cream go to waste. Oh, I don't need to have a pickle in the freezer. I'm going to go ahead and take everything out of the freezer that is stuff that I can eventually get from agriculture. Ice cream, there's not yet a way to make it. I would love for there to be a way to make it. You know, get us some sugar and some milk and give us a way to churn it into ice cream, but not yet. No need to put too much deeper thought into the sorting now. Alright, I'll go ahead and eat one of those ice creams, I guess. It's on principle, you know. I got ice cream. I'll eat it. Ah, I already did have a copy of Reloading 1. That's fine. Good to know that. Just dump that in the Duke bin inside. Okay, I'm gonna actually start leaving these garbage bags full of loot on the ground outside, because that way it is easier for me to drive by and pick up stuff, just put it straight into the trunk of a car, because that's what I'm gonna be doing eventually. There's a reason I'm putting all this loot into garbage bags instead of just putting it into my, you know, just putting down containers and stuff, is because this is not my permanent base. This is a temporary base. Until I have, you know, everything that I need from the short term of this game. Bases are a long-term concern. Alright, the trunk and trailer are now completely empty. Honestly, there's a part of me that just wants to mosey right on back up there and get all that furniture that I left so that I don't have to come back up there again. Will I do that? Before I do that, let me take some of this perishable stuff with me so that I can eat it. Okay, those will be fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna run on back up there and pick up all that furniture and then come right back. Brandenburg is close enough to Riverside that it's not gonna take me more than like a day to do this. And this zombie right here needs to die right now because she is close enough to spook my animals. Otherwise, my animals are fine. This bull to the south doesn't have any food, but he can just graze. He does have water from that trough, so he's fine on water. Just pulling all those guys out of the street and towards the grass so that they're less in the way on my way back. Same with all these losers. All that are basically, those are just a dispersed large horde that was supposed to be congregated around that gas station. But then I drove past them several times and that kind of split them all up. But since I've driven back and forth several times now, they are congregating in the general direction of the road. So by going off-road and tooting a few times, I've cleared the road for my return tomorrow. I think what I'll do is I'll make it back to Brandenburg tonight. I'll load up all the furniture, then I'll go to sleep, and then I will, I still have the pickaxe. I might actually harvest some flint on the way back if I still have room. If I still have room, I'll harvest flint, and that will be great for my masonry and leveling up my axe skill. You get a lot of flint, you make a lot of crude stone axes, you kill the zombies with the crude stone axes, and you get a lot of axe skill from that. Because, you know, a crude stone axe breaks, whatever. You got 50 more, right? As long as you got a pickaxe, you can get tons of flint to make more and more and more. That is the meta as far as axes are concerned in my mind. Oh wow, it is 2 p.m. already. One moment. Very quiet day today. It's the lunch break for the West Coast of the United States, and most of my team are not even currently engaged in anything right now. That's a good sign. Trust me. In my line of work, we're responsive technicians, so that if nothing is broken, then we're not doing much. And if we're not doing much, that means things are sailing pretty smoothly. If we're busy, that means your IT world sucks. Okay. I also step away for a minute. I will be back in less than a minute, but just put this up in case anyone joins us in the meantime. I'll be back. Alrighty, folks. Thank you for sticking around. We are now back. And we're only 5 hours and 20 minutes in, so we are continuing for quite a bit. See, there are a bunch of flint deposits right there that I only just now noticed. So, mental note at the crossroad, or at the exit off of the highway. Stop for flint if I have room. One of the things I thought about as I was getting straightened out earlier, a few minutes ago here, is I'm always kind of in the background thinking about things I'll do when I want to bring my main channel back to life. Live streams will probably always happen on this channel, but when it comes to like videos that I upload, like individual videos, that'll probably start happening on my main channel in an indeterminate point in the future. That point is basically determined by how much content I have to work with when the churn starts, if that makes sense. YouTube, if you're doing the video upload thing as opposed to being a live streamer, the video upload thing is relies on you having a lot of stuff to just constantly churn out. So I'm always thinking in the background, okay, what can I do? What can I talk about that's relevant? The audience for my main channel is largely gaming focused. I posted a survey on it a couple years back. I think like 80% of respondents said that they would prefer gaming-related content, so that's a given. So I started thinking about what's going on in gaming right now. What's big? What can I talk about? Stop Killing Games initiative is obviously a big one. But specific to that point, what can I add to that conversation that hasn't already been said? And I started thinking about it, and I've thinking back to all the other content creators I've looked at. Nobody has really mentioned any, or they've never, at least as far as I can tell, nobody has made like individual dedicated videos talking about why the initiative is necessary with fleshed out examples, right? Because everybody who has played video games in the past decade can probably think of at least one online service video game that's gotten shut down that they actually kind of enjoyed. Almost everybody, even probably just my few viewers who are live right now, you guys can probably think of a game that you enjoyed that got shut down, or maybe just a game you've heard of that got shut down. And that's what I started thinking. That's something useful that I could add to the conversation, right? Because there's a couple of games that I put a lot of hours into. One of them even more hours than I've put into Zomboid at the moment, which, Zomboid, what, I'm at 1,400 hours, something like that? Yeah, I put a lot more hours into Firefall than Zomboid yet, and that game just vanished. In fact, Firefall is a game, I don't know if anybody here would possibly be familiar with it. It got disappeared a long time ago. But it disappeared so hard that it's no longer certain if the IP is even owned by a legal entity. Like the IP, the intellectual property for the game, Firefall itself, the actual IP, is like in a questionable legal stance underneath a Chinese holding company that may or may not have been dissolved. I don't even know what the status of the holding company is right now. It's called The Nine Interactive. I have no idea what the current status of it is, but it's like situations like that where it's like so unclear as to whether the game could ever see a future that you don't even have an intellectual property owner anymore. Like, that's how far gone it is. And at one point, that was my favorite game. It was my favorite game of all time at one point, and now it's just it's that far gone. So I would have to do I would want to do like a pretty big retrospective about that game, how it fell apart, and what caused it, how to prevent it. Is there even a legislative solution to prevent something like that from happening? I don't think there is. Something Louis Rossmann always talks about. I love this guy. He's another YouTuber. Louis Rossmann, Rossmann. really great YouTuber, and he talks about right to repair and stuff like that. But one of the points he's made that he had a little bit of trouble learning, but when he pointed it out, I was like, wow, damn, he's correct. You can't use the law to force people to not be assholes. You can't do that. Like, you can try, but if people want to be assholes, they're gonna do it. They're gonna find a way to do it. And that's the problem we're running into with the games industry right now. People want to be assholes to make as much money as possible. And you can't stop that from happening with the law, because the law is always going to be one step behind from the latest asshole way to make money, you know? From loot boxes to predatory DLC practices, crap like that. And then, you know, when the game no longer makes enough money, boycotts don't work, you know, you stop playing it, you stop making money, the devs just shut it down, and then nobody gets to have fun. It's just such a bitter relationship. But anyway, Firefall was a first-person MMO open-world shooter that had jetpacks, jump jets. Like, we're talking the kind of stuff you would see in Anthem, which is, you know, Anthem is surprisingly relevant. It's another live service being shut down. They just announced the shutdown the other day. But imagine, like, you could fly around like Iron Man in an open-world MMO. And, like, you know, it was set in the future. Earth had been hit by some a huge meteorite that screwed up society big time, but it also opened up a new resource called crystite, which is, you know, super important to the economy in the future. It's basically your one-stop shop for power source materials. And then, of course, all the various... so Firefall is all about material science, and material science is really close to my heart. The crystite hybrids that you would find with minerals were also a really big part of the game. The weapons you constructed would be affected by what kind of crystite hybrids you use to construct them. So, like, early game, when I was making my first fusion cannon, and I had, like, you know, some higher quality, God, I don't remember the names of any of the resources. I just remember that I had some higher qualities of this resource, higher qualities of that resource, and when I put it together, my fusion cannon had, like, a slightly faster attack speed, and, like, a slightly faster, I think, a slightly faster secondary charge time. It was great. I loved it. This is, like, 10 years ago, by the way. This is long before many other games started doing stuff like this. And then, of course, you know, the developer, the game designer behind it, a guy named Mark Kern, he's a politically active individual right now. He's a very polarizing figure. A lot of people either love him or hate him. So even mentioning his name can make some people be like, "Ugh, that guy." He was one of the early World of Warcraft developers, and he quit Blizzard to do his own thing. And this was one of his first own things, Firefall was. And just to be real, while the game was under his direction, I loved it. I loved it the most while it was under his direction. He left. He sold out. He sold it to a Chinese company. That Chinese company would go on to make the game a hell of a lot less unique and a hell of a lot less interesting. I still played it. I played it because I liked it. Like, you know, even as they degraded a lot of the fun stuff and they made it so you can't custom construct your weapons anymore, everything was the goddamn same. Even as they made it actively worse, I played it for the gameplay. It was still fun. And then fewer and fewer and fewer people started playing it until it hit that threshold where the Chinese holding company who bought it were like, well, it's no longer commercially viable for us to support it. Let's shut it down. And they shut it down so hard that the developers, or the people who were still working on the game that were not in Chinese people, the American side of things, they didn't even get their Christmas paychecks that year. That's how hard the game got shut down. Like, it got shut down viciously. And, you know, basically everything after the fact is a fact-finding mystery as to why the Chinese company shut it down so viciously and what kind of problems were they having back in the mainland. Was the owner one of those mysterious disappearing billionaires in China? You know, one of the ones that the party got tired of and wanted to get rid of? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know any of that stuff, and 90% of what we know about it is going to be speculation anyway. But like that, I could tell a story about that game. Like, I loved it. It was a beautiful game. And it's gone so hard from the world now that it's uncertain as to whether you would ever see not just the game itself, but anything like it under the Firefall umbrella. Like, it's just, like, it is nuked itself from orbit. And, like, you know, most other games don't necessarily have the same kind of IP problem, right? If somebody wanted to play, let's just say Marvel Rivals shut down tomorrow. You know, that Marvel Rivals is a pretty popular game. Most people would have heard of it at some point. Let's just say it shuts down tomorrow. If you're looking for a superhero shooter game, there's going to be another one. Especially under the Marvel. Like, you know, the Marvel IP is still just actively being licensed out. You know, if the developers that make the Marvel Rivals game, if they don't want to keep going with it, if they just want to shut it down, somebody else will take their place like that. Like, it'll just happen. But, you know, if in such a cascading failure like what we saw with Firefall, it's not certain that we'll ever see anything like it again. And another part of the tragedy of the fact that it got shut down so uncleanly is that it's now unknown as to whether the server files, because, you know, it was an online service, it's unknown as to whether those even exist anywhere in the world anymore. Because obviously, you know, when they laid off all the developers, their access to everything was revoked, so none of that exists anymore. And it's just like, you know, what happened to the hard drives containing all the servers? What happened to all that? Only some random Chinese person from the 9 would ever know. And do they still have a job? I don't know. It's, you know, China's a brick wall in certain places. You know, you can't. You're in the West and you're trying to find out what's going on at a high level with a Chinese corporation. Good luck. I mean, good luck. Yeah, it's just basically, it's gone. It's completely gone, and it can never come back, as far as I know. I mean, like, you know, there's a slight possibility that maybe it did get put on a hard drive somewhere that a developer actually still has. That's a shot in the dark. That is an absolute shot in the dark, to say the least. And that's the kind of thing that people really want to prevent, right? You know, if EA shuts down Anthem tomorrow, you can almost be certain that somewhere in EA's corporate headquarter vaults, the server binaries to make Anthem possible to play are still going to be there somewhere. Like, it'll just be in an archive somewhere. You can almost be certain of that. But with Firefall, it just got destroyed so hard that you can't even be certain of that. Like, the thing that was Firefall, in its state at the time, is just gone forever now. It's unbelievable. It still blows my mind to think about. The fact that there might not be anybody out there who had access to the server binaries when they shut it down. And even if they do, there are going to be, you know, like the state of the MMO when it was shut down. My character, Sunderbreeze, part of the Herd, you know, just a small group of people from a fan base of a show I used to be a fan of, but it doesn't really matter. Like, all that stuff that was unique to the game, those databases might be gone forever. So even if the server binaries survived, that's a lot of hard drive space for the databases. Those probably just got overwritten and removed. I need to sleep one more time. I'm not going to drive through this rain in the middle of the night. But yeah, that's like, you know, I could go on about that for hours, and I probably will in a separate video. So it's like, I started thinking about how can I tell something relevant to the Stop Killing Games initiative? And I feel like Firefall is like the perfect example of why there needs to be some kind of solution. Just to, I mean, like, not even specific to video games. I just think this should be a software thing in general. If you have a software service of any kind that reaches a certain amount of clientele, there should be an obligation to store it in maybe the Library of Congress, you know? Like, somewhere where you even the rights holders can still assert control over it on an IP level, right? So let's continue to use Anthem as an example. EA is shutting down Anthem January of next year, I think, is when it actually gets shut down. Let's say EA does not want to, like, keep all the server binaries for it to make Anthem a playable experience again. There should be a place, a repository of some kind. Ideally, it would have to be a government service, because it's something that you need to have like a very strong legislative control over to make sure that it never gets exploited. Because that's the biggest concern of the rights holders right now, is and you can't just hand wave this concern away because it is a legitimate one. What EA doesn't want is for people to just start running Anthem servers on their own and charging players access for it and just, completely ruining the IP. Like you can see examples of this if you look at World of Warcraft private servers. There are people who will take your money and run if you pay them for access to a WoW private server and they just feel like shutting it down. They'll like basically the private sector has all of the same problems as big corporations do when it comes to just games disappearing someday. And EA would have a very strong case saying, hey, I don't want the IP of Anthem being besmirched like that. I want to do something with it someday. Maybe make another game and not have, the bad reputation that comes with all these player-run private servers that are trying to milk people of their money, trying to take all their payments in Bitcoin and stuff like that. Crypto scams, shoving crypto miners into game software would be a genuine concern for stuff like that. If you're trying to community source things, but I digress. All I can say is that there needs to be a solution that allows the rights holders to continue to assert their rights without allowing the things that make the game possible to disappear. Because that way, if someday the rights holders just all disappear, like what happened with Firefall, there's still a solution, right? Because, if the rights, if the copyright or the trademark for Firefall is completely open, then there's no longer any sort of copyright assertion over the server binaries. So anybody who has them should be able to legally just release them in the public, as public domain items. But, the copyright law might not allow that. But that I think is something that there should be a targeted fix for. If your trademark expires on your code, if you let your trademark on your code expire, it should exist somewhere where it can then be made public source or public domain. That I think is something that the Stop Killing Games initiative could get passed and would probably assuage any concerns of right holders. So the ESA lobby would have nothing to say to that. They would have nothing to say to that because they could continue if they wanted to. If EA wanted to make an Anthem 2, they could do that. And the Anthem 1 server code would never get released because they're continually using the trademark and whatnot. That's something that they would have nothing to say to. Maybe they would find something to say. Their argument would be a million times weaker if that was the case. But unfortunately, I don't know of any other way to get that idea out into the open for the Stop Killing Games initiative. Because remember, right now, in its current stage, as of, July 8th, 2025, the Stop Killing Games initiative is literally nothing but a letter to legislators saying, we have a serious problem with these games just disappearing off the planet of the Earth. And possibly, like, as I said, in one case of Firefall, it may be completely gone forever. Like, there may no longer exist a hard drive anywhere on the planet that still has those server binaries. And that's what we want to prevent. But I don't think it's being clear enough as to, just an achievable solution to that. And I do believe a legislative solution to that does exist. But you're never going to stop video game companies from being very hardcore assertive over their properties. Really all we want to do is make sure that if they become so lax with their properties that 70 years from now the copyright completely expires and they fail to renew it, that's when all the code should become a public source, open domain, public domain. Open source public domain, that's what I'm thinking of. But until then, you can't make people not be assholes with the law. You can't do that. All you can do is mitigate the absolute worst of it. And we're in a very unique situation where there's a very large percentage of people who are absolutely fine with the absolute worst of it. Like, there are literally millions of gamers out there who do not give the slightest F whatsoever about games like Firefall disappearing. Mostly because it hasn't affected them. They're safe. Their games are safe. They don't care, and you can't make them care. And that's another side of the coin, right? If you could make everybody care about this, it wouldn't be a problem anymore. but you can't make a lot of people care about it. So in order to assuage the concerns of the people who do care about it, like me, and there are a lot of people, there are millions of us who do care about our games, you got to come up with a very targeted fix that works for both the assholes and the people who care. And that's a very tricky thing. But I digress. That is something I've been thinking about a lot, and I just sort of kind of, put the finishing touch on it, because, right, I could talk about Firefall all day. I could talk about it all day and how sad it is to see it go, but when it comes to a solution to prevent something like that from happening again in the future, that's the most important thing I could talk about right now. And I just started thinking about, that idea of, a Library of Congress that is not available while the IP holders are still holding onto the IP. But if the IP expires, then it gets released. That way, at the very least, we know that the code exists somewhere in the world. You can say that for 100% certainty that it has not been deleted from existence. You could even call it cope. I mean, cope that I am still obviously very salty that I'm never going to play Firefall again. I would love, right now at this very moment, to be on my Tiger Claw, just flying around with a glider, and just, loading up my fusion cannon, charging it, launching a huge ball of energy at a bunch of mutated dudes, and just watching them explode. Oh man, I would love to do that so much, but alas. Alright, we got 5 ham radios in there, and then 5 floodlights in here. And then the medical beds. The medical beds I can just toss on the ground. The floodlights I will stack up over here. You know what? Just as a little reward for listening to me through all that, I'll show you guys just a little quick video. I streamed on Twitch a little bit back when I played Firefall, but that was so long ago that my Twitch channel no longer has any VODs of it. So basically, all of the footage that I ever had of Firefall, the last of it is a very small little shitpost video that I made for this channel. That's like one of my oldest videos. If I go down to like my very last page of content here, back at like this was back in this is back in July 8th, 2013, so more than 10 years ago. This is 12 years ago I posted this video.
Hey, I heard about you. Some idiota thinking he could fuck with the rest of us. Mucho little in my mouth, amigo. You can fuck me at the bar.
It's just some stupid little video that I made because I got so tired of hearing that guy's voice line that I sentence mixed him to make him say some really stupid crap. That's all I have left of my experience on Firefall. Is a stupid little video of me standing around in Sunken Harbor. Sunken Harbor is one of the PvP places. And you don't even get to see me flying around or anything like that. All you see is my Tiger Claw landing. Because I'm in the middle of flying and I land, and then I just stand there as that stupid voice line plays. Just to give you an example of how much integrated I was in Firefall, there is in Sunken Harbor there is a screen that was taken from a live PvP match that me and one of my friends, Regent Wolf, we were both in that match. You can actually see our characters in that screen. That's an asset in the game. You can see Sunderbraze and Regent Wolf. We're just off in the background. We're shooting at somebody. All it is a still frame from a fight. But just the fact that I was at one point an asset in a game, and that game no longer exists, it just blows my mind, man. It blows my mind. But, nothing I can do about it. It's gone now. And if I were to make a video about Firefall, I would probably have to go look up a whole bunch of other people's videos and, use that as B-roll footage and stuff like that, so I would have to go down the rabbit hole of all that. I'm sure that I probably do actually have a little bit more video of me playing Firefall. I was going to make a music video about it at one point. Like, that's how much I loved it. I was going to do, like, one of those cringe AMVs, but I never got around to finishing it, and I think Just like with that other thing, it's just going to be a bunch of disjointed clips, assuming it still exists somewhere. Even screenshots I'm pretty light on. This is long before I started playing Firefall, before I was really big on Steam. Steam only sort of entered the Firefall arena like in the latter years. I have like 600 hours registered on it, but I played the game for more than twice as much as that, so I know I have at least like 1,800 hours total in that game. But it's all gone now. It's a very sad thing. Alright, so this is all the furniture that I picked up. These medical beds just come in parts, so I don't even have to place them. Just drop them on the ground. Okay, I have all my ham radios on my person now. All I gotta do is put them somewhere. I don't think they get damaged by rain or anything, so I'll just put them inside. As a quick recap for anybody joining us, I picked up all these ham radios, mostly just for decoration, but there is an objective purpose to it that I'm thinking about in the long term that I talked about before, but I'll just mention it for the sake of sake. Right now, the game doesn't have multiplayer or NPCs, so there's really no point in having a communications device that can reach 20 kilometers in-game. But when multiplayer comes around, those ham radios are a valuable resource for anybody doing the whole roleplay thing. You know, you're playing the game with your friends or just people you trust online who don't have, you're not on mic with them because, you know, you want to do the immersion thing. You'll need radios like that. Like, those will be a very valuable resource for you. But, yeah, that's just a place where I would stock up on them if I needed them. But then also, you know, even if you're playing in the single-player context, NPCs are going to be a thing eventually. How do you communicate with your NPC allies from long distances? You'll need a few of these. Few of other things. There's actually, there's radio backpacks that I never did track down any. But there's radio backpacks, too. That, you could have an NPC wear a radio backpack and just be like your radio guy for the squad. Looking at my book collection here. I do have a couple of books. They're all in the passenger seat. So here's what I'm going to do. I went to sleep a little early because I didn't actually bring a book with me to read. So I'm going to finish reading this book. Then I'm going to go to sleep again. I forgot to... I got so caught up talking about Firefly, I forgot to do any mining for Flint. That's alright, I guess. Flint, you can always find it wherever you go. I'm going to go ahead and read a book for a bit, and then... I don't want to throw off my sleep schedule too much. I'll go ahead and sleep now. Alright, it's midday, so I just need to make sure I go to sleep on time tonight, and that'll keep my circadian rhythm in check. If I finish this book You know what? With a +2 to carving, I'm gonna stop reading it now. I don't need to finish reading the entire thing. Honestly, at this point, all I gotta do is go carve like 5 things. Carve like 5 things, and I will be at the next level. Why is this guy outside of his zone? I have an idea. So, if animals trust you, they'll come when you yell. If they don't trust you, they'll run away. So I'm gonna try this.
Hey!
Okay, I yelled at him and now he's running away. And look at that, I think he just ran right into the zone. Yeah, I didn't have to go get rope. Okay, just a fun little side moment there. I'm off to the woods. I'm gonna grab a couple sticks, tree branches, and I'm just gonna carve them. And that's gonna level my carving straight to, I should get to carving level 4 in no time with just a few tree branches here. Actually, let's put a number to that. Let me go ahead and carve something. Carve wooden rod, maybe? Let me check my recipes. Oh, 6 medium handles from a plank. That's actually a lot better than, Yeah, so when it comes to yelling at animals, if you spend a lot of time around them, like, you know, if in close radius, there's a stat called trust, player trust, that will build up over time. There's no way to see it, like, right now. I do hope that if you get to high-level animal care in the future, you can see it, but right now there's no way to see it. You just got to kind of, you know, spend a lot of time around your animals, and after, like, maybe a few months of doing that, they'll trust you enough to, all you got to do is yell, and they'll come to you, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I'll go get a couple more logs. Fun fact, you can fit 4 logs into a military backpack if you are an organized person. I have a couple of extra things in my backpack, so I can do 3 right now. I'll just bring them all back with me and then saw them, and that'll give me a bunch of planks. And then I'll just carve those planks up, and that will be more than enough to get me to the next level of carving. If I wanted to start carving, I would need a surface. So I'm just going to take this low cabinet here, mahogany low cabinet. It was formerly the TV table. Let's put it out here. Now I have a crafting surface, and I can craft medium handles out of these, out of the tree branch. This will give me 138 carving experience. So I only need to do that a few more times, really. First, I need to saw these logs into planks. 2, 3. Thank goodness for fast forwarding. And now I start carving medium handles out of those planks. 1. Look at that, already carving level 3. One more, maybe? Yeah. Alright. See, that's the power of having read a book when you already have a +2 to a trait, or to a skill. All these medium handles are, like, not very good quality, because my carving is still low. I'm just gonna leave them on the floor here. Maybe I'll use them for firewood, or something that isn't quality dependent later. Now I'm carving level 4. I can turn planks into wooden spades. I do believe I have the next carving book, right? Do I have carving 3? Let's find out. Not in here. Do I have it in the car? No. Okay, so carving 3 was a book that I was missing. To be entirely honest, with a +2 to carving, it's not going to be too hard to get to carving, blow through the next couple of levels. So I'm going to hold on to this book. And then I'm just going to go get some more logs. Let's get us some more water, because we're out. I believe I have a hatchet in my van. So I'll just use that. Hatchet onto the, right? Where'd my hatchet go? There it is. It's in the glove. Hatchet onto my belt. I'll just use that to cut down. I got 1 or 2 trees, maybe. My skill is still very low in terms of, axes. Like, I don't have any axe skill. So I will get a lot of muscle strain from just cutting down 1 tree. It's fine. There's still plenty of logs on the ground to pick up, like these 2 right here. Do I have any large trees? I think that one right there counts as a large tree. That one definitely as well. So I'll pull up right here, park it there. Give this cutting this thing down a shot. Let's see how much muscle strain we get. Minor muscle strain, so we're in the orange. So that's the only tree I'm going to cut down for the moment. We got ourselves 4 logs out of that, that's fine. I'm just going to pick those up, toss them straight into the trunk here. Also, all this other lumber, like this large branch, sapling tree branch, all that other crap I got from cutting down a tree, it's all going with me. It's all carving stuff. Hell, I will even take the wood splinters and twigs in case I need to start cooking with fire soon. That's what I'll do once the power goes out. So if I did not have a lot of logs right next to my base location, a more efficient, space-efficient way to transport logs is to carry around some rope at a ratio of 2 to every 4 logs that you need. Because then you can make 4 stacks of logs and they take up a lot less space. But since I do not, I don't need that many logs. I've probably already gotten more than I will need for a while. But since I'm out here, I'll go ahead and fill up the trailer. And that is the trailer filled up. Let's mosey on back to the great thing about a trailer is if you're doing outdoor crafting activities, all you gotta do is pull the trailer right up next to the crafting station so that it's within range to be used as a container, and you can just craft straight out of the trailer. You don't have to, don't even have to go through the effort of unpacking it. So I got my little mahogany table right there. All I gotta do is drive my van right up next to it. And I still have enough room to turn around afterwards. So if I sit down right here, I have access to what's on me, what's in the trunk, and that log on the floor. So I can just carve, or I can chop, or sorry, saw, like 10 logs right now. And by the way, I'm sitting on the floor because if you sit down and then your inventory becomes overloaded with stuff like it does when you're mass sawing logs like that, sitting down means you're not going to lose health from being over encumbered. So all I did was get all I did for doing all that was get hungry. All right, now I can focus on what to carve as a level 3 recipe, or a level 4. Wooden spades looks like the next thing. So I'm going to craft a whole bunch of this. There's one, what did we get, 69 experience? Yeah, 69.2. I don't think I need to be too itemized with counting it because I only need 1,500 experience, so I'm probably going to be well on my way once I carve these up. Take a break, have a drink of milk. Sharpen my paring knife because it's taking a bit of a hit there. Alright, we're very close to carving 5. Let's get these spades out of our inventory. I could shovel for 100 years from all that. This is probably just like, I don't know, 3 or 4 more of those. Let's do 2. Only needed 1. Alright, we are now carving level 5. What did we unlock from that? We can do bone hooks, bone fishing hooks. Goblets, we can carve goblets from logs. Unfortunately, we don't have any logs left. Something we can do in the meantime, though, is we can make, if we make a whole bunch of, we can actually turn all these medium handles that we made into knitting needles. So we can basically just recycle stuff we've already carved. And we can do that 43 times, so. We're carving until the lights go out here. And the power's still on, so we could keep carving for a while, but it is now close to midnight. I'm going to go ahead and call it. Get some sleep. But since I have an outdoor light right here, I'll just wake up and continue. So one of the reasons I'm grinding carving... Oh, look at that, I had a nightmare. That's sad. One of the reasons I'm grinding carving is because... as a short blunt enthusiast, carving level 7 lets me make short bats pretty much indefinitely. All I need is a tree branch, I can make a short bat. So, that's one of the reasons I always spend the extra 2 trait points on Carver as a construction worker. It's a great synergy. So actually, yeah, that was, I didn't get much sleep, but I got a little bit. I can now just continue carving until about 4 a.m., then I'll sleep again, and my sleep schedule will be back on track. I made a grand total of, how many knitting needles? 43 knitting needles. That's, I'll be knitting for the next century, I guess. So, about these planks. See, my reflex is to just do the highest level recipe that I have. But right now, I'm also thinking of recycling, as in, like, you know, carving something that I can then carve again to get more experience out of it. So I am going to carve some more medium handles. Am I? You know what? Maybe I will actually carve... I'm going to carve a few... I'm going to do, like, half and half. I'll do small and medium handles. Yeah, I'll do 6 sets of small handles. Actually, it is 4 a.m., so I'll take a break and go to sleep. Then we will resume more carving tomorrow morning. (7 a.m., 22 fatigue. We are back on track with the sleep schedule. We are out of cow's milk in the fountain cups. Did you just injure yourself, woman? No, she didn't injure herself. She just... all I did was have her run and then try to go around a corner, and she tried to jump, and she lost her glasses and her hat. Goofball. Absolute goofball. You know what? She's probably having a bad morning. I am going to reward her with a bath. She's been very cooperative throughout this ordeal. Don't treat your characters too horribly in this game. But also don't baby them. She did it again. Oh man, thankfully she is not getting herself hurt by doing that. She's just being a goofball. Better now than later, I suppose. Alright, where were we? We got ourselves 24 small handles. Before I continue thinking about that, I should probably feed her. She's a little hungry. Could do worse than a bowl of stew. Proteins are low enough, I can support this. I genuinely feel for all of my characters. I don't. This is not just a bunch of pixels on screen. This is a person to me, within reason, obviously. I don't. Some people have just, you know, full disconnection between reality and their avatars in game, which is fine. That's not how I roll. I sympathize with them a little bit. If they're in pain, if they're upset, something's making them sad, I'll go out of my way to fix that up. No reason not to, in my mind. Okay, we are pretty close to carving 6. You know what? I'll go ahead and turn the rest of these planks into spades, since that is the highest level recipe I can do right now. Now I should be able to get... I'll definitely be finished with the next level of carving before I use up all these materials. Yeah, so I can turn the pipes in, or I can turn the small handles into pipes, and turn the medium handles into knitting needles. So I'll just do, like, alternate between 3 and 3 of each. There we go. Now I can read the next book of carving, which I don't even need to, like, I mean, yeah, I can read the whole thing, that's fine. But once I finish reading it, I only need to get to level 7, and then I can start making short bats. So this will probably take up the rest of my day. That's fine. This is going to make fighting zombies a lot easier, and I've exhausted my supply of tools that I don't care about breaking. Let's put it that way. See, I have plenty more tools that I could use as weapons, but most of them I actually do care about whether I break them or not. Like, you know, I have a bunch of wrenches, but if I start using those in combat, I will go through them pretty fast, and then I will not have any more wrenches, and I will have to find one when I start doing car stuff. So it does behoove me to just pretty much hang tight on what I'm doing next until I finish reading these books, get my carving to 7, make myself a nice healthy supply of short bats, and then I'm off to the races. Okay, you know what? Let's actually stop reading at... Once our skill multiplier is 4.8. That's actually probably more than enough. Yeah, I'm going to stop now. I'm about halfway through the book, but a 4.8 multiplier, that's probably more than enough to just let me carve a few things here and get to the next level. Oh yeah, I'm getting 249 experience for each of these. Remember, you don't have to finish the entire book if you've got like a base plus to the skill. Because honestly, you'll probably just blow through it. Yep, see, there I am, level 7 carving. It's great, I love it. Reading books when you already have an advantage in the skill is a very powerful thing to do. This stew has gone stale, so I gotta pour it out. My other one should still be good because it was in the fridge. So I'll just eat half of that, and then I will put it back into the fridge because, yeah, looks like some of the stuff I've cooked is definitely going bad. It's alright. We've had worse. Now all I gotta do is take, I got a couple of, small form lumber items in the trailer. I'll just dump that on the floor, and the tree branch specifically, I'll just carve all those straight into short bats. 580 carving experience for each short bat. That's amazing. I'm already halfway to level 8 just by making those 5 short bats. Alright, now, as you can see from our condition meters, only one of those short bats actually came out to 100% integrity. All the rest of them came out at like, I don't know, 70, 80%. So what that means is I'm not going to use them for any like high quality weapon upgrades like a rake spike. I'm not going to do any of that. But I will use the ones that have condition damage. I'll use those for like nail spike bat weapons. For that, I just need a couple boxes of nails, which I don't even need boxes. I have loose nails over here somewhere. One of these bags. I remember having a whole bunch of nails. There it is, nails, 88 of them. More than enough to hammer them into all of these 4 bats. Okay, I can now make 4 nail spike short weapons. This is a carpentry skill as opposed to anything else I've worked on. That's alright. I've got a +1 base to carpentry, so I don't even need to worry about reading the book or anything. Alright, we now have ourselves 4. This paring knife is pretty much done. I'm going to go ahead and drop it on the floor over here. This wooden mallet I'm going to use in the future. I'm leaving it here. Also the masonry tools, the carpentry chisel, and the ball peen. Okay, those can all get placed on this little crafting area here. Yeah, the carving 4 I can put back now. I'm done with it for the most part. Because you see, now that I'm carving level 8, or carving level 7, I'm not like trying to blitz the next level, right? I don't really care about the experience gain that I get at this point, because it's just passive. It'll happen eventually. It is now 2100, so I'm not going to start any adventures tonight. But tomorrow, now that I have a bunch of short bats with nails, tomorrow we start the battle to retake Riverside. I will leave the pickaxe in the van with me. Oh, you know what? I will actually, I'll hit this flint node right here, since it's right in front of me. Any other flint nodes in the area? So usually if you see one flint node, you can reliably assume there might be more. Not seeing any more. If I go any further through this forest, I will actually be at risk of luring zombies into my base area, which I'm not really interested in doing right now, so I will, I'll just hold on to the pickaxe and assume that we got some more flint around the corner. Pickaxe can go in the driver's seat until then. Okay, so now we are just going to read books, go to sleep, read books, and then start tomorrow morning with the war to retake Riverside. My masonry books are back in the other van. Let's go ahead and move those. Not ready for that one yet, so I'll go ahead and read maintenance then. .22:30 is early enough to sleep, so I sleep. Gonna get hungry, so I'll just read next to the fridge. Alright, 4 AM, I go back to sleep. Oh, I just had an idea. Now that I actually have beds that I can carry around without worrying about breaking them, I'm going to use both of them strategically. So, I'm going to put one of them downstairs in this place so I don't have to keep going back upstairs. Where to put it? How about just back here in the corner? See, this is why it's amazing to have a bed that you can just pick up with no chance of breaking, right? Because even at level 3 carpentry, which I have, I still have like a 50% chance to break anything I try to pick up. So just trying to move that stupid bookshelf, I broke it. No big loss, but just a silly thing to be aware of. So, one of these large medical beds that I picked up, just gonna put it down right here in the corner. So I no longer have to go upstairs to sleep. Pillow goes on the bed because that little JPEG there does not actually count as a pillow. And as for the other one, I'm gonna hold on to it. I'll carry it with me. I'm gonna put it in the gas station because the gas station is already a place I've partially secured, and it is close to where I want to eventually make my permanent base. I usually like to build my own base at the side of the river, right next to the Riverside gas station, right? So that's sort of like my long-term goal. So I can get even closer to that long-term goal by getting a secure sleeping location right there in Riverside. Speaking of secure, while I have these nails on me, let me go ahead and board up the windows here. Yeah, I still got all those nails. I recall there being sheets of metal in here. There's a plank that works. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, barricades have been moved to the build menu. Thanks, Andy Stone. I have to do one extra click. I'm going to use my hatchet to cut down this tree up here to get more planks. Because there's no other... I've already exhausted the logs within running distance. So I'll just cut this thing down. Be advised, cutting wood too close to animals actually freaks them out. I'm far enough away from the ones down here that they can't hear it. And it doesn't look like my chickens are freaking out, so I'm good for now. Basically, all I wanted out of that was to get one plank onto each of these windows, and that is enough to make me feel secure when I'm sleeping on the lower floor. The reason for that is it's something that the zombies will hit before coming in the window. That's all I really care about. Anything for the zombies to hit and therefore wake me up. Wake me up inside. Can't wake up. What's going on here? Okay, there we go. So you gotta manually select it if you want it to be placed outside. I guess that is useful in a certain way. Okay, all the windows are now boarded. And you know what? I'm actually going to bring those logs with me so that I can get a single board onto each of the windows in the gas station. Alright, and here we go. I'm expecting there to be some zombies around the gas station. Is what it is. General expectations. I'm just about to be hungry. Let me finish off that stew. And then I need some field food, I suppose. Yeah, let's finish off this stew. And the next thing to go bad is going to be this 150 stew B. So I'll take it with me, as well as the bowls. And then I will put the... I'll split it into bowls once it's finished unfreezing. This particular stew has been frozen longer than the previous one. So once it's done unfreezing, it should hopefully last longer. This actually means I should hopefully be able to hang out in the field for a little longer. Then I would have to come back to get to my cows. Oh yeah, they've still got 41 units of food. They're fine for a long time. Last thing I was considering is, whatchamacallit, milk. Just refill from this gas can. That ought to be fine. No longer need to carry around a pen light. It's nice. Emptying a little bit more out of my backpack that I don't need immediately. Do I still have a pillow in any of these bags? I know I have a pillow somewhere. I just want a pillow so that I can toss it onto the bed when I put it down. Yeah, there we go. Okay, off we go. I intentionally left the van running because that should have definitely taken care of the battery problem. The battery was like, I don't know, a mustardy yellow before. Now it's bright green. So the battery is fully charged. Okay, so we are now in kill everything in our way mode. So, we got a lot of zombies between us and Riverside. That means... What does that mean? I'm going to toss this log into the trunk really quick. So that I'm not too over-encumbered. I see a couple to the south. I'm going to go ahead and kill them. Critical failure.
Hey!
That's right, I'm calling you out. Right this way. Okay, I'm seeing groups that are in the woods to the south here. What I'm actually going to do is pull the vehicle up a little bit and toot the horn a couple times, and then just get out, fight on foot, deal with anybody who comes up. Alright, 2 fast shamblers from the south, one from the east. I'm going to deal with south first, because I hate south. Oh yeah, level 6 short blunt with a nail spike weapon. We're getting them one-shots already. Feels good, man. Absolutely worth stopping to grind carving. I do, however, I need to update the title of my stream really quick here, because we are now definitively done with Jamie-Town, and we're like several days past the marker on the stream title. So I need to update the stream really quick. That's a pretty blue. It's a shame it doesn't match. See one north, a whole bunch congregating on the vehicle, which is to be expected. I did leave the radio running. That was actually intentional. Not just so that I can catch the broadcast, but also so that I can have the zombies gather up. But yeah, I'm just gonna update the title of the stream really quick here. Day 27 now, so that means day 16 onward. Battle for Riverside. Alrighty. So it begins.
Hey.
I'm actually, so the combat music in this game is a little temperamental. I'm gonna just turn the music off from the game and play some music from the game. I'm gonna play Overrun. I'm not surrounded by you. I'm surrounded by me. Easy peasy. Hello. More than I expected. Not a disappointment, though. We're here to kill things. Guy's got a nightstick. I like it. Got ourselves another non-tool weapon here. Jasper De Silva, thank you for your service and your everything else. One north. Wait till he spills over the fence. Alright, there goes one. It's a little faster than I thought, but that's fine. Let's drop that on the floor. You all seem to have an attention span problem. Except for those ones in the ones in the fence up there, they're stuck. I'm gonna gather up a group of them here. Now that's what I'm talking about. Here's the Riverside War. Systems failing, network compromised. That means 2 more days of power. The horn's not working anymore. You know what? We've probably hit. That's kind of sad that right when the music picks up. Yeah, see, you can't hear anything anymore. Okay. So actually, I've got to... What I got to do now is, I don't know what caused it, but the game's audio system is basically overloaded. So what I got to do is just reboot the game. I'm just going to quit the desktop and relaunch the game. And we will continue what we were doing. But we have to do that because the silly sound is broken and there's nothing else we can do to fix it. I have not yet found anything that will fix an audio overload. All right, and here we go again. Let's try that one more time. I'm clear from this angle. So I'm fighting from west to east now. I do gotta be wary of south as I progress. Yeah, see, there are a couple targets south. I'm gonna toot a few more times to lure them up. I'm gonna fight south a little bit. Staging another replacement weapon on my back. So as soon as this one breaks, I just switch right to it. Level 6 metalworking per gate, huh? I really wish somebody would make a an extended loop of this. I'm gonna have to do it myself. I'm gonna make that a to-do task. For sure. Can't let these guys get behind us. Gotta keep an eye out for backfill coming up from the south here. Nimble. That means I can move faster in the combat stance.
Yeah.
Stage yet another short bat. Stage 1 exertion. I have a lot of them next to the van, and I don't feel like risking getting into the van, so I'm actually going to step back a little bit here. Alright, I'm going to sit down for a moment. Alright, exertion recovered. 360-degree turn, we're clear. Moving back up. Doing another really quick sit down while I re-up the music. What else do I put on? So much good copyrighted music I could put on, but I don't usually do that. There is one soundtrack that has been extended at its epic form. Maybe we can win this. 22 minutes of it. Oh, come on. Damn it. There we go. Ooh, this guy's got a helmet. I like that. Bicycle helmets are the best head protection with the fewest drawbacks. We got two to the south. I'm gonna fall back now. need to put a mask on and take a quick break. Starting to get a lot of corpses in one area. Okay, I'm now putting on a dust mat. It will prevent me from getting sick as quickly from being around all those corpses. Keep looking to the north, because yeah, there are a couple of dudes who are coming down from the far north here. I do not want them to get too close, they'll flank me. Come on, losers. There we go. I need a whistle or something. Backing up. Too fast? Yeah. Pretty fast. Two from the south, fast shamblers. Distortion kicked in, I only just noticed it. I believe we have recovered the van. Okay. Van access restored. I'm not yet going to continue fighting them. I'm going to sit down for a minute, and then I'm actually going to get the bed deployed so that I'm ready to peace out and go take a sleep whenever I start feeling fatigued, which I got about 10 more fatigue to work with, so I'm good for a little bit. But I do want to go ahead and get the bed set up in the... Just going to drop the bed off here, and then continue what I was doing. Tactical bed deployment. Alright, bed deployed. Oh, do I have a, I want to get these stews plated up, rather, so that I can eat those instead of drinking milk. For that I need a table. he's not going that way. He's going that way. Tactical cooking moments. Where were we? Killing zombies. More food for the mega pile here. Alright, that clock, a lot. We've bitten off a little more than we can chew. Think. Yeah, backing up a little bit. Too many fast shamblers all at once. It's alright. Backing up again. Medium shamblers for the most part. No more than a dozen. One in the file, one from the north. North, come right this way, please. One south, possibly more. Definitely more. One more. This is our last short bat with nails. And I'm exerted. I'm walking away. I'm gonna forcefully get some distance here. And then sit down for a minute. Look at that, that guy just turned around for a second. I'm just gonna recover enough exertion to handle these four. Some of them have lost interest. Rears its ugly head once more. That's fine. We are completely clear from these directions, so I sit down in this direction and I read a book. fast forward. And I eat some stew. This is a really chunky stew. Alright. Fight resumes. We've still got 5 fatigue left to work with, so we aren't done yet. My town. Anybody left in it lives by my rules. And I got one rule. No zombies. Alright, I got a fast. Another fast. He hasn't clocked me. Now he's clocked me. Sort of. It's not guaranteed. Yelling is not what it used to be. I'll say that much. Running away. And there's the exertion again. This one, he was walking in circles. Got a little bit more in me. First I want to check to see if anybody from the north in that direction. No. Alright, now we can just deal. We know what directions they're coming from now. Got to keep checking south periodically because that's still a chance. But north and west are relatively clear. Or at least I thought. There are assholes like this who don't move in the correct direction because they're dum-dums. More bodies for the body pile. Alright, thirst is going to hit me like momentarily because I'm out of water. I'm going to preemptively drink some milk. And after that I have 2 fatigue left to work with, so I got to be very mindful. That's enough to recover the van, and then we're out of here. And there's the fatigue. I just heard thunder in real life, too. Interesting. Oh, look at that. And the music, the soundtrack I'm listening to. It just started peeling down, too. Okay, so the thunder I just heard in real life, what does that mean for the stream? It means if I get a power outage, I can actually continue to stream for, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. So it's basically what that means is if I lose power and it's just like a momentary brownout, I keep going without breaking a sweat. If I lose power and it doesn't come back on right away, that means I'm gonna have to end the stream. So just a heads up if the storm I'm currently getting means anything. We'll find out. My local power grid's pretty good, but it recently shook my faith in it a little bit by having a God, what was that? That was a 36-hour power outage. A local transformer had been hit, I think. Did I cut the engine? Yes. I'm gonna do a perimeter check before I actually sleep. Love that track. Great track. Alright, I'm gonna turn the in-game music back on. And I want to get one of these windows boarded up, because that is the window that is damaged. Actually, you know what? Now that I've cleared that there's no zombies in the immediate area, I'm gonna go ahead and saw up those logs I brought with me, and I will get a some proper windows on this place. Okay, that's interesting with the barricades. So I want to make sure that I'm putting it on the outside from this angle. I gotta kind of move my mouse in that direction. Right? No. Okay, so you want to move the mouse in the opposite direction of where you would be coming out of, if that makes sense. So I would be coming out of this place. I want to move the mouse towards it. That'll prevent the... Okay. That's a good way to think of it. really loud. I don't know if you guys... You probably can't hear that through the mic, especially since I have a fan running. But, that's some loud thunder is what that is. I'm gonna steal one more log here. There's logs all over the place. Look at this. Having intact windows is usually more than enough for me for a temporary base, but I like having these windows intact. So, honestly, at this point, putting up these barricades is more just for the aesthetic of having windows intact than anything else. Oh, an objective benefit to having the planks be a part of the build menu now. Objective benefit, you don't have to have the plank in your hand anymore. That actually makes boarding windows up en masse a little bit easier. Okay. So all of the exterior-facing windows are now fully boarded up. And I do have a fridge here, and it's going to still be running for a little while, so stew goes into the fridge. And I'm going to refill my water. I'm starting to hear wind. Give me a moment. I'm going to, as soon as I start reading here, I'm going to start reading, and I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to step away. I just want to see how bad the storm looks. So, actually, let me sleep first. I'm going to sleep, because it's 2200 hours now. Should only take me like a minute or two, but I will, Okay. Alright, back in approximately 2 minutes while I read this book, and in real life I'm going to take a look, see how bad that storm actually looks. Be right back. Sorry about that. It was actually a really, really pretty storm. The lightning is about, whenever I judge a storm about how close it is, there was about 2.5 seconds between seeing the lightning and hearing the thunder. So that generally means that the storm is pretty far away. And I was outside long enough to see the rain start to dissipate, so it actually is just one of those quick summer storms. That was actually enough time to smoke about 1/5 of a pipe, too. All right. I'm gonna have me a bite to eat from that soup. I'm not a habitual smoker IRL, but I do like to enjoy a pipe when there's a storm right in front of me. It's a really aesthetic experience. I enjoy it a lot. I've also found that for some reason, and you know, judge of this what you will, conspiracy theories abound, pipe tobacco is like almost completely non-addictive compared to things like cigars and cigarettes. Like when I went through a phase for a little while when I was I smoked a lot of cigars specifically, and I noticed a little bit of oh, there goes the power. I noticed a little bit of addiction feeling, like just a little bit. But when I cut that off, I cut that off for like 3 or 4 months to make myself clean. When I tried it again as just pipe tobacco, there's almost no addictive factor whatsoever. I've only smoked about 6 times in the past month and a half. It's only an occasional thing in that case. So I do have a generator here now that the power's off, but I do not have any fuel in that generator. So I'm going to use my 2-liter bottle to siphon just a little bit out of the van so that I can get the gas station powered back up. I won't leave this generator running. I'm just gonna get the generator itself gassed so that I can fuel my vehicles whenever I need to. This is the most important use of a generator for me. Like when it comes to food preservation, if you have animals, it's hardly that necessary. It's gasoline to get more gas is actually the most important feature of a generator, in my opinion. Let's refuel this bad boy. It is a little tedious to do this with only a 2-liter bottle. I'll just have to turn it off and refuel it a couple more times here. I'm pretty sure with generators in real life, I don't have too much experience with them. Pretty sure you can just open the gas tank and add more gas while it's still running. It might not be the most safest thing. It might not be OSHA compliant, but I'm pretty sure you can just do that and it wouldn't blow anything up. But in any case, we just do this one more time. Now the other generator, the red one that we have back at the farmhouse, I probably will go back and turn that on because it has fuel in it already. All I got to do is hook it up and then just shut off any of the... I'll just shut off anything like lights that I'm not actively using. I'll leave the trailer here because I intend to do a lot of looting here, and I don't need to go back and forth with it right now. Alright. So back up to the farmhouse now, and we're gonna get the generator hooked up just to keep the perishables we have in the fridge a little longer. The power went off overnight, and I don't know when it went off overnight. So that could mean that it's been off for a while and some of our stuff has already gone stale. Is what it is. I mean, like I said, we got animals, plenty of cows. That is enough to set us for... I probably have enough cows, like if let's just say milk spoiled. Even if the milk spoiled, I would have enough, like, meat just from the cows to last me more than enough through the winter. Cows are amazing in this game. Alright, so what we do is we hook this generator up, but then the first thing we do after hooking it up is find out how many lights are on, and then shut them all off, because we don't need lights running during the day when we're not here. Alright, we got 6 lights on, so I need to track down and turn off 6 lights. There's 2. Probably the downstairs. It's 4. Oops. And then upstairs, there's probably 2 more upstairs. Yeah, the night light here. And then this one. Okay, so it should now say that there's no no lights being on. Oh no, it still says there's 1 lights. Where is the last set of lights? Is probably these. Is this bedroom? Yeah. Okay. Okay, all lights are off, so now it's just the generator and the fridge. Oh, don't want to turn that on. And the fridge, I do not see any... I do... Okay, some of the bacon is going stale. That was not stale before. Everything in the freezer... Oh, look at that. Some of the ice cream has gone rotten. You know, what I'll do next is I'm going to go ahead and get a... I'm going to get a compost bin up and running, because I'm not going to be able to eat all this food. It is inevitably going to start going bad on me. And I don't even intend on eating this rabbit meat because I have proteins for life right now. So let me go ahead and get a, I'm going to get a compost bin up and running. Still got my nails in my pocket, so just running out to get a log. Let's do 2 logs. So we have a couple planks left over for various purposes. Alright, that's 1 composter and then 2 leftover planks. I'm just going to hold on to those planks. Or, no, I'll drop them somewhere. Drop this stuff that I don't intend on eating in here. Leave my planks up here. I think there's some stuff... Yeah, I can carve a couple more short bats. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Just use this large branch for one of them. And I'll go ahead and make another nail spike bat. Alright. Oh, I'm a doofus. Damn it, why did I do that? I made a plank with nails in it instead of a short bat. That was a whoopsie. Okay, here we go. Nail spike, small weapon. Oh well, at least I got carpentry experience out of that. Alright, we got one in our hands. It's going to break soon, and then we got another on our back. So we're ready for some more killing. And all of our food is taken care of. So we are now ready to continue. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and get this burned wreck out of the way here. Good test of the towing capabilities of this vehicle of mine. Pretty weak. Pretty weak. When it comes to burned wrecks, if your vehicle's weak, you're actually going to bottom out if you even going in reverse. However, if you kind of do a bit of back and forth, you can basically nudge what you're trying to tow. There we go. So I'm going back and forth within radius of the invisible tow chain and just yanking it off the road that way, so it's now out of the way. July 28th. It's actually very fitting for the power to go off on July 28th because July 28th, I believe, is the date at which 95% of the global population is dead and all radio traffic worldwide except for short-range ham radio is finally offline. And look at that, we've also cleaned up most of the zombies in the area. We're just getting out dealing with stragglers now. Oh, I did not want to do that. I did not want to do that. That caused trunk damage. I went from 152 storage in the trunk to 148. I did not want to do that. I went the wrong way when I was backing up. Damn it. Oh well. Worse things have happened. Is that a hoodie or is that a sweater? Oh, it's a jacket. It's kind of a pretty color. Almost looks like it would match Shell Suit. Okay, I'm going to put my mask back on and pull the clothes that I want to keep off of these corpses here. Even with the mask, I'm actually going to start getting sick relatively quick, so I got to be fast about this. Because there are a lot of them in this pile here. The corpse list is literally going off of the screen. Alright, so anything I could potentially smelt or deconstruct for electronics is going on the floor. And tailoring items as well. Now, if I had already completely read the tailoring book, I could actually just put down a table right here on top of this corpse pile and grind crafting right on top of that table. But I do not have the book read, so I'm not doing that yet. I'm just leaving stuff on the floor. Come back for it later. Do it later. One thing I will take with me instead of just tossing on the floor is electronics, because it may be sooner rather than later that I want to read that book and get electronics leveled so that I get to level 1 electronics, because then I can hotwire vehicles. Okay, that's everybody within range of the center of the pile. Now I just grab the stragglers in smaller piles. Ooh, are those? Ah, nice shoes. They don't have holes in them. Alright, with this pile it's a little bit oblong, so I'm going to actually stand here first, empty everything on the floor, and then go a little bit further south, and then empty everything there. So there will be a little bit of overlap, but that's alright. I know, right? This is quite riveting. Unfortunately, this is a very, very efficient thing to do for the long term, and therefore, I can't ignore it. There's only so much interestingness you can get out of whatchamacallit, picking through corpses for potentially useful things. I wouldn't have to do this anywhere near as much if this was not the most efficient way for somebody without base experience in tailoring to level it up, but this really is the most efficient way for somebody without base experience in tailoring to get tailoring is an essential thing. It's a really, really essential thing. Okay, that's everything from this side. Now just to do this side. Not very many zombies on this side, actually. Alright, now just smaller piles. I would kind of like it if there was a way to recover stuff from corpses after the corpse is decayed. But, no. There is no way to do that. So basically, if I don't do this now, anything on these corpses is gone forever. Magazine on this guy. Neat. Just a farmer magazine. Nothing particularly special to write home about. Okay, that's all the mega piles with the exception of the one right over here to the right side. I started with the biggest one, so the next smallest one is right here. Then after that, we are done with cleaning out the mega piles. That's really pretty blue. Ah, even found ourselves some guns. Got a shotgun and a M9 on this law enforcement officer here. Horrific wind chill, huh? Yeah, that can get out of control fast. I've seen it just cut through all of your layers. You get like leather jackets and leather, there was something else leather you could make that was an underlayer from the outer layer. But otherwise you don't have too many options to just wrap your entire body with leather. That would be the realistic thing to do if you had just ungodly wind chill. Yeah, being stuck inside for a while reminds me of the current meta for 7 Days to Die. It's another game that I've streamed. You get to, every once in a while, you'll have a storm come along, and when that storm comes along, you gotta go inside and stay inside. Otherwise, you start taking damage, just straight health damage. There's no mitigations, no workarounds. You can game it a little bit by going inside and stepping outside and going back inside, and it's just tedious. It basically brings the entire game to a halt. It says the devs just say go inside and stay inside, and don't go back outside unless you want to take damage. Silly, silly. Alright, we are sorted all the funny stuff into the backpack, or the trunk there. And we continue to move up and get anybody on the outside of that fence. Anybody on the inside of the fence, I don't care about yet. I'm not really worried about the junkyard. My character's actually a little bit sad from all that looting. Can't blame her. Peeling clothes off of corpses has got to be pretty sad. So I'm going to have a bite of stew. That's going to make her a little bit happier. Just a little bit. You mentioned being in Louisville. If you actually based in Louisville, that could be a nightmare. Because even if you clear out an area, you get wandering hordes all over the place. Ah, this stew is actually already going stale on me. That's kind of sad. I'm just gonna eat it all now, because otherwise it will go stale pretty fast. I don't have any fridges down here. So that filled me up, and it also got rid of my unhappiness, but it also put my proteins into the danger zone, so can't eat any more food with meat in it for a while. Oh wow, that's painful. That's a lot of zombie killing. Speaking of, time for a little bit of killing myself. A little sip of water. Just, I'm right about half of that. 718 with, entirely with ratchet wrenches for the most part. I don't have any mods that, break down what kind of weapon I've gotten kills with what. I just have, the vanilla. I'm gonna hazard a guess and say that I've probably gotten more than half of my current kill count just from those zombies that we've killed here in Riverside. Right. This game is in desperate need of QOL. I wouldn't catch me saying that. It's not the case in a heartbeat. Still a little light gray. Oh, look at that. These guys came around the corner because I yelled. You can see the blood splatter and the disrobed clothing on the floor. This is where I've made a couple piles in this area already from when I first started. Spiffo seems to be a place where they like to migrate to after they respawn, or even if they just initially spawn. That tells me there's probably a number of them around the corner here still. Yeah, some in the playground, some on the road. Pull the van up a little bit, do a little toot. Backing up a little bit, start a new pile, since I've already looted that one. Fascinating. They're coming out from all angles. I'm gonna back up a little bit further. Ooh. Interesting. More from the north. Yeah, I don't have any very secure angles right now. Surprisingly, the hood or the horn seems to have brought several of them out of the woodwork that I was not expecting. Running. Am I level 3 now, I think? Something like that. That guy's name was Joe Huff. A huff to you too, pal. So we do got a fair number coming from the north, at least 2 from directly north. This guy over here with his low-ass attention span. There's another nail bat. One behind us somewhere. There he is. Near you. The new spawning system makes it so that they can come from unexpectedly large groups from different angles. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I do enjoy the fact that it shakes things up a little bit, but at the same time, it's like there usually was a reason for spawns to be concentrated in certain areas. It doesn't really make sense for there to be like 50 zombies in a corner off in the middle of nowhere, but whatever. You can headcanon that as like, oh, there was somebody attracted them there and then didn't make it or something. I don't know. Alright, this area is tentatively clear. I'm gonna bust open some of these flint deposits. Surprising number of them coming from the south. Not 100% sure how they're doing that. They must be pathing around the fences. Garbage bins. Always check your local bins. Level 7 metalworking for a gate. Interesting. Are you referring to welding, or do you mean, like, metalworking specifically? Because I always thought welding was the one where you build structures, like gates. Absolutely. I always figured metalworking was more for items than buildings, but I guess certain buildings... Scrap metal is always the weirdest requirement that I've ever seen when it comes to building stuff with metal. If you want to build stuff with welding, you gotta have scrap metal. And I don't know of any way to get scrap metal from metalworking, which is an odd thing, to say the least. Yeah. For the times where I have like actually needed specifically scrap metal, always felt like burned cars and wrecks. Yeah, disassembling probably disassembling items as well. I like to get my welding up to 3 by just doing barricades and then going for... Oh, that might not be applicable anymore. They might have nerfed that now that you have to build barricades from the building menu. I'll have to find out. Oh, I see. I just had the fatigue hit me, so I am now doing more of that riveting corpse looting. Not that I'm not combat effective, but with the fatigue up. I know, right? Just welding it to wood, because, you know, the frame is still wood, almost as if the frame is just as flimsy as anything else made of wood. You would probably need something like some ties or something to actually weld to a wooden frame. Like if I was doing it, I would probably use a bunch of just screw ties. I would screw a bunch of redundant ties, and then just since the ties are all metal, I'd weld them to that. Don't give the devs any ideas though. Wow, that's a way we can make the game more tedious. You don't say. Let's do that. Oh, look at that, another one from the north. Okay, I am not going to count my blessings just yet. I may have just found a pair of underwear that is a perfect match for Force Camo. Let's find out. Cover your eyes, children. I'm not allowed to show this on YouTube. Oh, that is very, very close. That is a very close match. It's just a little bit too light of a green. I like it, though. I'm going to hold on to it. Doesn't even matter if you won't see it 99.9% of the time. Matchy, matchy. It's a real phenomenon. $25 digital watches found so far. Very, very nice. Even got our hands on a scarf. I use this popsicle freezer here as a crafting surface. So even though it's not powered up, it doesn't need to be. Oh boy, that's fun. 4-day blizzard. Nasty. Quite nasty. Oh, look at that. She just decided to fucking slam my freezer just because it was right in front of her. Bitch. You know what? Why don't you get out of my way? Come over here to the trash pile and die. And with the rest of the trash. I need 2 more of these logs, and then I can have that will be 2 planks on each 2 planks on each window. That I feel good about that. And then I will get 1 more tree branch to cut another short bat, and then I will that'll be good for maintenance for tonight. I can read and sleep. Alright, we have a much nicer boarded up experience here. I shall do a little bit more reading and then go to sleep. Alright, I've been at this for 8 hours, so I do need to think about an exit strategy here. Got a couple of other things I need to do today. I've been playing Zomboid for most of the day, did a little bit in the morning, and then, yeah. I will probably peace out after I hit. I'm gonna fight my way down Riverside Main Street there, and hit the I'll hit the post office. I want to hit the post office. See what other magazines I can get my hands on. Probably refill my water before I leave. That's the house I started in, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I started in the cul-de-sac. So I'm going to wrap around the back here. Looks like we got a fair number of them in the backyards. And pretty quiet behind the main buildings. Cut the engine here, get out, do a little killing. Out of the road, please. keys to somebody's car. What happened to the guy that was back here? Huh. No idea. They broke the windows and then they just moved on to the other windows. Yeah, I get it. Y'all want to break the stupid-ass windows. Alright, I think that constitutes this entire row is now clean. Do some door checks and window checks. Hey, more bowls. Thank you. Veggie oil. Great way to put on calories if you need it. Somehow this apple is still fresh. So is this strawberry. Or the strawberry is actually stale. Maybe make a fruit salad. Sweet. Huh. Keys to one of these cars is on the floor inside the building. I didn't know that could happen. So that furniture store is completely locked up. Another ratchet wrench. Nice. Actually ran out. Full backpack, I'll empty that out. Couple of flint nodes out here. Plenty of room in the vehicle so I can pick them up. That's all the flint that I can see in the immediate area, so I'll put the axe back now, so that I can have a little bit more storage space for looting. Alright, we are now doing a perimeter check around the exterior of the post office, so we can deal with any threats in the area like these ugly bastards before we start going inside and looting, because otherwise these guys would hear us straight through a brick wall and then come and try to eat us, as you do. Interesting. I see a few in the corner up there. Hello there, Lemon. How you do? Yeah, I'm gonna pull all these guys out of their little corner here. Oops. That was my, was the one that was already on my back. New short bat with nails, back under the back. I have my nightstick there, just as a backup. Always have more than one backup. Right. immediate vicinity of the post office is clear, but there's still a couple of losers kind of chilling around in the near area. In-game goals are great. I've got to have multiple to keep myself happy. Oh yeah, that's a good one. You'll have to have you'll have to plant wheat for that, because wheat will get you the flour. The chocolate chips. There's no way to make sugar yet, and there's no way to get cocoa yet. So yeah, you'll have to loot the chocolate chips. There will you would need a mod in order to make chocolate chips, as far as I know. Actually, look, check the crafting menu. Yep, just you can make cookies, but you got to have the chocolate chips have got to be looted. It's kind of sad. I would like there to be a way to turn cocoa into chocolate, and then turn chocolate into chocolate chips. So there's at least one inside here. Let's do a door check first. Nope. And house alarm. No. It is possible. You can get the house alarm on any POI in the game. Nope. Yeah. I do see that, that is a bit of a complication. More thunder. Okay. We have fully cleared the post office in terms of zombies. Let us, I would like to have myself a 15-liter water dispenser bottle. So I'm going to use up the water that's in it already by washing myself up. And then I'm going to take that bottle. Okay, all the office loot on the second floor here. We can come back for that later. I just went up there to clear any potential zombies. Now for the main event of the post office. The mailroom. The Riverside mailroom is quite large. We get a lot of mail bags from this. I like to drop them on the floor and then extract the stuff from them and then take them with me. The mail bags are source of burlap. You get burlap, you can make clothing out of it. Not very good clothing. I prefer to save the burlap for more sacks. More sacks is more fertilizer. More fertilizer is more good. Ooh, another handy knife. Best thing I've found so far. Electrical 2. I don't have a copy of that yet. Hell yeah. We're eating good in terms of books. Do I need Agriculture 2 or Reloading 2? Let's check our... I need Agriculture 2. That will complete the set. How about First Aid 2? No. Quick context for anybody joining us if you're not familiar. I have a screenshot here of my book collection, so I'm just tabbing back to my book collection and then tabbing back just to see what I have, what I don't have. All three of these skill books I already have, so I'm dropping them on the floor. One mailbag left, and I'm actually... both of my military backpacks are full now. So I'm just going to raw dog the rest of this stuff. Okay, 100% of everything from the main mailroom is looted. I took the back door out, and I'm done here. Start a new trash bag in the trunk. This will be primarily books of the entertainment variety. Alright, and now a separate garbage bag for skill magazines. Furniture in there too. Total of 8 mailbags. That's a lot of mailbags. That's great. That's actually, so 8 mailbags. Each of them is 2 burlap pieces. Each burlap piece is another sack. So when I look at 8 mailbags, I see 16 sacks is what I see, which is fantastic. I'm all down for more sacks. Alright, that's 3 full trash bags of stuff. Let's clean up these zombies who migrated up. I don't like that jacket. That is a nice dark green, but it's not a hoodie. I was hoping for that to be a hoodie. That's alright, I guess. I'm always on the lookout for clothes that match certain colors of certain things. So something I always like to do here in North Riverside is open up my driving space a little bit. There is a place where you can strategically cut down a couple of fences right here, and you'll open up access to this cul-de-sac. It's not like an essential thing to do, I just like to do it. It helps me when I'm several months in and I'm just patrolling the area. It makes it easier to patrol a specific area that zombies are likely to respawn in. Looking for the pickaxe. There it is. Pickaxe so that I can pick up this, there's a flint node on the ground right here. So remember, each time I cut open one of these flint nodes, I'm getting a bunch of masonry experience, and I'm almost to level 3, just from doing nothing but cutting open flint nodes. Masonry experience is not the easiest thing to get, so that's actually, it's great, it's a good thing. Alright, and now I dismantle a couple of these fences. There's a zombie nearby, but she's not aggroed yet. Where did she go? Ah, there she is. Hiding behind that tree. Ah, look at that. I've hit my limit of keys that I can carry around. So I'm going to start moving some of these keys that I don't immediately need into my Alice pack. Alright, with that, we have ourselves a little bit of a side road here that we can sneak through if we need to. They're still going thunder. I feel like that storm that is in my local area IRL right now is kind of like passing by me to the north. So I'm still hearing a lot of thunder, but it's not close enough to be of threat. Or it's getting closer to me, I don't know. Didn't seem like it before. I could always just check the Doppler, but I sometimes just like to take it by ear. So now we go through this way, because I don't want to start fighting my way into Riverside proper yet. I just kind of want to loop back and clear this this cul-de-sac here. Did have the keys to this house. Elbow pads, finally. To find them in a random residential house of all places. Right across the street from where I started, too. This little house over here that has the door open on the left, with the pink flamingo in the lawn, that's the house I started in. There were elbow pads right across the street from me this whole time. That's Zomboid for you. That's Zomboid for you. Here is a safe place to sleep out in the field. That's great. A fully intact leather jacket that does not block my Alice webbing. This could be very useful to us in the not too distant future when it starts getting cold. However, I think... Okay, so the insulation on this particular leather jacket is significantly lower than the insulation on the leather military officer jackets we picked up. So when it starts getting to, like, I don't know, late fall, but not quite winter, that's the time to wear these. So for this house, I've already looted everything that I care about in it. However, it is also now a sleeping location, because there are intact windows with a bed with a pillow. So I'm going to give this a little S with an X next to it to indicate that I have looted it, but there is a place to sleep. Ooh, look at that. I saw a little group over here in the street. This qualifies as backfill. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I just had the fatigue pop up. So there's a bed with a pillow in it right here. Just going to sleep. Get rid of that fatigue moodle. No reason not to. It won't mess up my sleep schedule too much if I do it now. I just got to spend a little bit more time overnight screwing around. So I still have daylight now, so I can still do a little bit of fighting with daylight. Let's get these backfill mofos here. See, this road up here I've just cleared, so I do want to kill any backfill that I see in this area. Yeah, that's right, bitch. I called you backfill. Dirty, filthy backfill. Sounds like a euphemism for something. Alright, full circle. This is the house that I spawned in. I never did get a look at its basement. I don't think I have the key to its basement either. What the hell are you doing in my house, bitch? You're not gonna make me bloody up my own house. Get out of there. Chinese takeout container. It was one of the first things I found. It was kind of funny. Did not know that those were a thing in this game. Do I have the keys to my own basement? I do. Go figure. So I've never actually been to my own basement. Look at that! Oh, I was a recording artist. Or, I mean, I don't know. There's no canon answer as to what brings your character to where you spawn in. It's actually up to the player to make it up. But yeah, I guess, I was a recording artist. Cool. That's fitting for Annie Mae. Very fitting, actually. Oh, the ice cream I left down here is still fresh. I'm gonna eat it. It's melted, but it's still fresh. I suppose ice cream can go for 24 hours without being cold and still technically be safe to eat. I don't know if I would want to, but it's the technicality right there. What up, neighbors? Let's put y'all on the ground. Don't worry, I'll make sure your mass grave is nice and tidy. St. Peregrine. I'm not familiar. Ah, for metalworking experience. Yeah, that's actually a tough call because I'm not, I believe you said you were in Louisville. That's a tough one for me because I do not have, I don't have a lot of first-hand experience with Louisville. Louisville is the kind of place that I would never go there unless I have literal tons of skills. Like, you know, really high firearm skill, 10 in several weapon skills, 10 strength, 10 fitness. Like, Louisville itself is a stretch goal for me. There's just so much real estate on the map to dominate before you get to Louisville that I don't have a lot of experience with Louisville, to be honest. That being said, if you are in Louisville, or if you're in the area, and you're looking for metal, just in general, I really do like the metalworking facility at the edge of West Point. That is a nice place that I always have marked on my map. Hospital bit north from the checkpoint. North from the army checkpoint. That actually doesn't sound too awful far from the place I'm thinking of. Let me, Where is my map? Here it is. B42map.com, lovely place. So, right here at the edge of West Point, you've got yourself a large warehouse. That's what it's called on B42 map, is large warehouse. These boxes in the warehouse are full of steel ingots. Amazing resource for metalworking. Because you can take them, you can chop them up into blocks, you can chop the blocks into chunks. If I was in Louisville and I needed metal, that would be a place I'd be going. If only because it's at the edge of West Point and therefore not too awful difficult to get to from Louisville if you have a vehicle. Within the city limits, though, that's a tough one. Because, like I said, I don't have a lot of experience there. Look, we got a group to the south here. Good deal with that. Glad I checked that direction. That's a risk it, huh? Gotta risk it for the biscuit. I want to say that on average, I'm assuming you're talking about the at the edge of West Point there, the metal workshop. On average, I would say you're going to come away with at least half a dozen steel ingots, with the potential for as many as 3 times that. Like I would think of 6 steel ingots as being like the minimum that I would ever. That's the minimum I've ever seen from the place. But I have seen as much as 3 times that. Nuke Echo Creek. Echo Creek is so small that I did one drive through it and I saw the whole thing. Couple zombies to the south. Not really interested in them at the moment. I am interested in clearing this roadblock, though. Because this is a central road right here, and I would like to have it clean. I see an asshole coming up behind me. Why don't you come over here and die? Anyone else where you shouldn't be over here? I've had a lot of people complain that they've looted every single container in Echo Creek and did not find a single generator magazine, and I'm like, yeah, it's all residential. Like 99% of Echo Creek is residential. If you think less in terms of just, oh yeah, it's there's a lot of places there. Think about the loot in terms of classification. I think that guy had a hunting knife in him. Yeah. It was the golden handle. Whenever I say the golden handle, that's a trip me off. I always want to get it. Eventually, I can make my own hunting knives, but not yet. Yeah, there's another one. Sounds like more than one. Y'all hear that? I left the door open. But the game doesn't have animated doors, so you can't see that. You can only tell that I left the door open because of the stupid ding, ding, ding. It's like, it doesn't really make sense that the devs would go as far as to program doors being left open and then just not actually show it. They got so close. All they had to do was make a single 3D model rotate like 30 degrees. That's all they had to do. And they haven't done it for like 3 builds. Vehicles were like, what, 41? Build 41? Or build 40, I cannot remember, to be honest. Vehicles were before my time. I joined in the middle of build 41. So I don't actually remember if I'm a doofus or not. I marked it off on the map that I cleaned this house out, but I don't think I actually did. So let's clean this house out. pillows in this house. Someone left an M36 revolver just sitting on their bed table. I keep mine in my pull-out drawer, not on top of the table. You don't usually want it to be like on display for random guests to walk in and see it, unless you're one of those weird people. Okay, now that house is crossed out for real. I'm gonna take one of those pillows I found and put it in the bed of my starter house here. Because I am a doofus who did not leave any pillows on her own bed. Now apparently this house was looted and trashed from the moment I spawned in, which is interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Like, looted and trashed as a mechanic is extremely rare for something to be affected by it from, like, the moment you spawn in. It's one of those things that escalates as time goes on. Surprising amount of fresh food still around. Okay, that is the trunk of the van pretty much full. So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go ahead and unload the trunk of the van because, well, not like the whole trunk, but just some trash bags of stuff. I'm going to unload those into the trailer that I left parked in front of the gas station so that I can stage that from moving it elsewhere. Yeah, I'm just going to take all 4 of these garbage bags and move them to the trailer. And look at that, the trailer's full now. I'll leave these planks on the floor because I don't need them. I don't need them beyond this area is what I meant to say. Electronics can go straight into the trunk, as can bowls. Okay. Tell you what, I'm gonna take some of this fresh food that I found. What am I gonna do with it? I'll go ahead and cook some of it. What do I need? I just need got a cooking pot in the trunk. I just need to fill that up. I don't even have to cook it yet. I just gotta get it into a stew. The simple act of taking it from what it currently is, which is something that is about to get stale, and tossing it into a stew pot, that basically resets its freshness countdown. So that's just a stew with a little bit of everything in it. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna break down this fence that used to be invulnerable, but is now just annoying. I'm not gonna break all of it, but part of it. Now, I do not know if the sound of me breaking that would have brought zombies, so run on in, take a peek, looks okay. Push a little further. I've cleared this place out before, but this is a place where they, in my experience, like to respawn a lot. Ah, perfect. See, even more bread here. Okay, I'm gonna make a roast next, because I just got myself a empty pan. Let's make a roast from veggies, eggs, and sausage. Oh, I just ran out of battery in my flashlight. I remember there is a battery in one of my loot bags. Just gotta go grab it. In fact, all I gotta do is stand next to this vehicle and hit insert battery. But it's not in there, it's in my van. There it is. Insert battery. because the crafting menu will just pull from whatever nearby container it can reach. Alright, here's an interesting idea. If I turn on this generator over here that I use for the gas station, does it reach the... Does it reach this, freezer? I have no idea. I would have to check. It does. It can reach the freezer from there. I'm just moving it up slightly. All right, and now I can freeze this stuff that I've found out in the wild here. Perfect. All right, it is 3:50. That means it is time to go back to sleep. Okay, time to sleep. Okay, you know what? I did wake up with a little bit of higher fatigue than I would have liked. So I'm just going to read for, like, I don't know, an hour tops, maybe just like 50 minutes. Yeah, there we go. And then I'm going to sleep one more time. Okay. I would have liked to have wake up a little earlier than that, but that's fine. We are now set. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here. We've done great things here. We've retaken a good portion of the early area of Riverside here. We'll go ahead and draw a couple of lines on the map to indicate that we have retaken it. I haven't looted it, but I've retaken it. This place I have looted. Now, this area is, I want to say, like, mostly done, but for the most part, this is where we've done a lot of killing. So those areas are now nice and clear. Great progress. Basically what I'm marking with the blue here is roadway that we have pretty much cleared. So we got our supply line established from the temporary base with the farm animals to the gas station base here. Anybody unfamiliar, this mod is called Draw on the Map. Very simple mod, as does exactly what it says on the tin. Lets you draw on the map. All right, that's great. I shall catch you all in the next one. Last thing I'll do before I peace out for this stream is I will show you guys a very important thing you should always do after the end of a session. Create a new folder somewhere. In my case, it's just a folder called Backups. And make a copy of your save. I do that at the end of each stream. Sometimes I'll do it in between, like in the middle of the stream if I feel like something's going unstable. But right now everything feels pretty, as stable as an unstable build can be. So this will take several minutes. I'm not going to make you guys sit here and watch this. I will see you all in the next video.